So, I'm your Rabid Raccoon DM, and we're going to be starting up this week's Dungeons and Dragons episode. This will be the summit, and we're going to get started here in just a minute. We're still missing one or two players, so be patient with that. If you're not playing, please mute yourself. Looks like we got a couple players already logged in. I don't think they have fully logged in for some reason. I don't see their characters up there. Make sure everything's good. Anybody want to check the doobly-doos to make sure everybody's popping up? Say something. Yeah, you guys are. It's like 6 o'clock. Everybody logs in at the same time, like on the dot. Just. Oh, is that the message of the day? That sounds about right for Tim. Hello, welcome to the stream. Okay. I don't see any of the chat heads working currently, and your audio isn't working for some reason. Um, no, it was on the Pokemon Diamond thing. Yeah. Oops. No, they're all enabled. That's not it. I'll do that in just a second here. Characters. He's available. Me? That's because. I know There we go. I know I'm better now. I had done some stuff because of my. As for you guys, I don't see it. I don't see. Yeah. Give me a second here.
Yeah.
Okay, it's better than bad.
And Squirrel, how are you today?
I'm here, you know.
Looks like it's working now.
I can hear everyone again.
I can hear it, yeah.
Now, as for the chat heads, yeah. So, like, they're here. They're just not showing up.
Do you need any help or?
I don't know.
Okay. I mean, you're not even showing up, so something happened.
Let's see here. Nope, that's definitely not it. Not that. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. Yeah, all of your guys' stuff is unlocked and seeable. Let me go to the reactive and see if the reactive is good.
Nope. Still don't see it.
Anyway, while he's doing that, Squirrel, can you repeat what you said? I didn't hear how you were.
Oh, I said I'm here. You know, I'm studying right now, actually. Because if I could be playing D&D, I could be studying, which is unfortunate.
Is that
but
how that works?
yes, unfortunately, that is how that works.
I always thought D&D was like a set time where no one could force you to do anything else, you know?
It's that good escape time to get away
Right.
from everything else.
Especially homework, work, you know? Other people.
People suck.
Very true. I actually do need to be testing for Friday, and I shouldn't say I got Friday off. I was kicked out on Friday because my wife is sick, and I was not looking.
Oh, I appeared. Not doing anything though. I'm not lighting up. And it's my old it's my old avatar. You're gonna have to flip it again.
Yeah, for some reason
It's lighting up for me.
Yeah, it just lit up.
it did the thing where it decides to
Reset?
yeah.
Oh. Well, I mean it's been a little bit, so maybe it just resets after so long.
Honestly, I don't even know what y'all talking about. I don't go to that thing.
There's current. Maybe if I just set my default to current for now, like, I'm not streaming, you know? That way, it just always appears as current. But I do like my little, dragon pajama. I made that a
Dragon
long
onesie.
time ago. Yeah.
There's me, and now I'm good.
Yep.
Oh, you just popped up.
Live fast, eat trash. Nice.
I figured it was appropriate.
Heck yeah.
You're just gonna have to reset everybody else's to their
Yeah,
characters.
it's just
I don't even know how to play y'all's game, so you know.
You don't play, you live it.
I don't know how to do what you're talking about. I don't even know what you're talking about.
We're not doing anything. He is. I'm just watching his stream and telling him if it works or not.
Yep. That's all I'm doing, watching the stream.
Are you gonna be able to play today, Tony? Like
Yep.
on the computer?
I'm on my computer right now.
Okay. Just thought I'd double check, because I know you mentioned something about your phone.
No, I just had to be on Discord on my phone because my headphones weren't working.
Oh, I see. Fun times.
I haven't even tried using Discord on my
there goes
computer.
Shukta. Shukta's live. Tony, say something.
Hello. Anyone?
There it goes.
Yeah,
It lit up.
you
Yep.
lit up.
Get me a bear.
Okay, we've got the important people. We're fine now.
All right, I'll go.
Oh, I had inspiration for a new character.
Again, you know,
Yeah.
Biscuit's
Okay.
not allowed to die yet. All right.
I know. So
Discuss this.
yeah, instead of doing a warforged monk, I'm gonna do a human variant monk, and he's going to be about a 40-year-old Asian man that's a kung fu master. But he's also gonna multi-class into warlock, and
He made some mistakes as a child, and now, you know, he's...
no, he made a deal with the evil entity, and now he does the evil entity's bidding.
Oh.
He's
That's
an
what we
evil
needed, more
character.
evil people.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's for a different. It's for a different campaign.
Oh, does that mean Crag's coming back?
Yeah, Craig can be a part of it.
Oh yeah, I'm there.
Lily!
But,
Is Craig gonna be at the summit, actually? Curious. Or is
yeah,
it gonna be
yeah.
back up?
It'll be him.
Okay.
It'll be him.
Everyone loves Craig. Excuse you. Now we just need what is his name? I always Gideon. No? Yes? Gideon.
What?
I said that now you're the only one who hasn't appeared on stream, so we're waiting for your little picture to pop back up. It's not your fault. I'm just saying. Waiting
No,
on that to happen.
I haven't logged in because I actually am not supposed to be playing.
You
So
can
you
play
were-
if you want to.
Can I?
Yeah, you can play. I'll let you have tonight off, but you better get back on your CDCs twice as hard tomorrow.
That's actually fair because we can't go to church tomorrow.
But we are picking up our coffee table.
Yes.
Uh,
Okay,
tell
lovely.
tell your wife that I hope she feels better.
Ben says she says thank you.
There, I got the stream perfect. Well, as perfect as it's going to be for you guys. So that way, it's going to be. I haven't uploaded anything to YouTube in a long time. Sorry, some of the stuff may be gone now. My bad. So, all right. So, as I said, today we're doing a summit. So, let's get started. The summit ceremony would open up with the what do you call it? Processions of the different organizations that would be associated with each of the individual people. First up would be the humans. Dalgus, the diplomat from the High Council of Waterdeep, with, of course, a procession of different horses and different people.
You said his name was Dalgus?
Yes.
Okay.
Troop to spits as they approach.
Of course.
I slapped the back of his head.
There'd be bugles, there's the drummers, they go basically park their horses, they get off and they walk into the building. I don't think I have the building pulled up because I do have the building pulled up. And the only person in there is Lily. I'm not.
Lily's the only important one in the building.
I'm not going to put all the tokens. Actually, I should probably put a token for each one. So that way, they'll have an initiative order, I guess. I didn't think about this, so bear with me as I find things.
So we got Dalgus, Waterdeep, and Goblin. I'm just writing down the important information.
He's gonna be an Adalgus. So drop him.
Adalgus?
It's gonna be. He's gonna be the letter A.
Oh.
Because I should have picked something with letter D, but whatever. We're gonna let it go.
It's Dalgus, okay.
A is Dalgus.
It works.
Okay. Secondly, there's going to be the Orcs, the proud people of Sergurg, led by the consortium of guild masters. Their main headmaster select Hor Kellingston.
What a hole.
Consortium of Guildmasters, or Kellingston for the Orcs. Okay. I can't spell.
That's okay, neither can I.
You would
I'm
take
typing
his
them into
seat.
my notes, but that doesn't mean I'm spelling anything right.
The next one is going to be the Halflings, Milo Thatch. I don't even know what I'm going to use for a Halfling.
Oh, that's alright. We didn't, my halflings didn't agree, remember?
They still showed up.
Oh, okay, cool.
This is probably
very
the
nice, man.
most important meeting they could have.
I'm just gonna think to myself, wait a minute, they said they weren't coming as they passed by. Liars.
Can't even trust them.
They just wanted something for free. just picture her going, Winky, write all these names down, and then saying them, and then looking back at Winky's notes, you just see little scratches on the piece of paper.
From the elves,
Yeah.
The kazoo.
The
died.
kazoo.
What?
I had to make a new one. I couldn't find
I
mine.
think I
Yeah, my
installed
cat stole my kazoo. From the elves, yes, I'm writing this down.
Veneral,
Veneral. Okay.
That's not gonna.
Venereal.
Venereal disease.
Goblins.
What's up,
Venereal.
D-Dude?
Eel.
Okay. Yeah,
Okay.
that makes sense. No. 'cause
From the
then sun
gnomes,
fades off.
Gnomes.
I think I used deep gnomes originally, so it'll work out. But they're just regular gnomes. It's gonna be Flint, Thunder, Thunderbonk,
Flint Thunderbuck.
and from the dwarves, Queen Domandred.
Should I? Is there a way for me to write this stuff down other than on a notebook?
There's
There's
so
a
if you look
notes
at the
pad.
top, there should be a notes tab that you can write a new note with.
Oh, under characters. Yup. Mm-hmm.
Sure is.
Do you want me to send you this, like what I've written so far,
That would be great. How do you do that?
on Discord? So you can just copy and paste it. But I could share you a note. Hold on.
Yeah, you can make your notes public, can't you?
Yeah, I can. I haven't named it yet. Attendees there.
That was
And
actually
from the
super cool.
kobold, from the red kobolds. Okay, don't have any kobolds.
Oh, please tell me it was one of those guards. What were their names? Ah.
Peanut butter jelly time. What?
Crag would know. Crag would know their names. Hold on. Item. Where's
spraying
Crag's
things.
character sheet? Hedge. That was his name.
Well, they sent Murgo and Hedge, but Murgo's gonna be the one talking. From the Dragon's Blood, Murgo. And from the
Did we play
goblins,
last week?
no.
No.
Oh.
It'll be goblins. It'll be Crag.
Okay. Did it update with what I've been writing down, guys?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
actually it's really cool. Because it changes as you're typing.
Awesome.
It's like a magic book.
And place them in their respective places amongst the head seats where you guys have everything kind of laid out. Lily's kind of whittling around. Let's see here. We got a.
Can you share that map so I can see it? Thank you.
Oh, hey, there we are.
Guess I don't need a
I
Crag,
like your
right?
notes better.
You don't need a Crag?
No, there's a Crag on here now. I don't need to have two Crags.
Oh yeah, that's. I opened my character sheet, so yeah.
Okay. I'll just drag Crag down. Okay, now I got two Crags. Thanks, Crag. It would be a Crag thing to duplicate himself.
It would be a Crag thing, yeah. Actually, it would probably be his personal physician who accidentally did it.
So let's make sure I got everybody. We got Chukta, Lily, Gideon, Biscuit, Crag, Current. I don't think I got Current, but I don't have Current on the map. Current.
Just still sitting in the bar. At least that was the last time I looked at him on the map.
No, you're
There
coming
he
with
is.
us. You are here now.
No, I clicked on my token earlier and he was sitting at the bar.
Yeah, I left him at the bar. And hey, if you're new to the stream or whatever, welcome, welcome. Just letting everybody know, just getting started and everything like that. Of course, the stream rules are as follows, like normal. If you add to the story by dropping follows, subs, or bits, it'll change the outcome of something that's going on. Also, each day of the summit, there will be a random summit event. So be prepared for that. So each one of the different delegates has issues they would like to discuss, whether it be political, economical, social, militaristic, or likewise. Like there's a lot of different things that are going on throughout the land that they want to bring to the table. That's why all these different delegates from all around the whole globe had showed up for your summit. They're very proud of the reconstruction efforts towards the unification of all the races, and they're very proud to be here. All of them, like I said, showed up with a small procession. All of them showed up, well, except for Crag. Crag kind of just showed up with 3 other goblins carrying shit.
By hand, no wagon, yeah.
Yeah, like normal.
Oh, Crag deliberately sat where he is because he knows the elves hate him, so he sat right there.
Smelling
Yeah,
like shit.
Chukta purposely sat on the other side of the humans.
Alright, so for the first day, they're all going to want to talk first. So how are you guys going to deal with the fact that they're all like, once everybody kind of gets in there, the doors close, the rest of the seats fill up with other interested parties from around the globe, whether it be certain delegates from certain different organizations, whether it be the Thieves Guilds, the Assassins Guild, the Alchemist Guild, all the different guild heads are kind of showing up. Like you've got basically a packed house. I know it looks very empty, but I'm not going to populate 40 extra characters to sit in the stands.
Are we supposed to stand up here instead of sitting in the seats?
Well, that's up to you. You guys were supposed to figure out exactly what you guys were going to do.
But we didn't know the map that well, so...
I brought up the
Alright,
map
well-
and asked last week, and no one wanted to do anything but Lily. Lily got very familiar.
I just explored the place. That's all I did.
I guess
I
we have
was
to be
studying.
over here. But
Alright,
Chukta
I'm
has
gonna
a
come up
great
here.
idea. Chukta thinks we should have an icebreaker, and there's no better icebreaker than making sure everybody gets drunk.
Okay, nope. We can have a little bit to drink if they want, but we are not passing out hordes of alcohol.
Well, dang, this is already an unfun event.
Biscuit, are you coming up and standing with us? We brought them all
Drums-
here, so we
drums
kind
up.
of have to stand up
Come
here
on,
at the beginning,
Biscuit.
probably. Yeah.
Come on, Biscuit. You can do it.
And we all forgot Lily exists because she probably went in hiding.
Yep, she's just trying to observe the entire situation and notice who's doing what and all that.
Okay.
Alright, so we should, so you said everyone has their own grievances and stuff?
Oh, yeah.
Did they submit proposals or anything beforehand, or we just kind of went in this blind?
You didn't ask for any proposals. You didn't ask for anything. So, yeah, you're going in blind.
Oh, awesome.
Remember
Awesome.
last week when we were waiting and everything, I'm like, hey, what do you guys want to do? How are you going to prepare? Oh, I don't know.
Well,
I don't know.
we didn't want
We
to
weren't playing
prepare
yet.
because Kragos wasn't there, so we didn't want
That's
to do
right.
nothing.
Well, I was trying to give you guys the opportunity of mad-libbing and creating and doing things. Yeah,
We
Kragos isn't
didn't
here.
wanna do it without everybody there.
Okay. Well, we're getting started now. Like I said, you guys had like a 30-minute stream where we were just kind of sitting here waiting and dicking around, and I gave you guys a chance.
Did Lily find any spy holes or anything she could hide in?
You found an actual structural beam that was hollow that you could actually slide into, and it was already hollowed out for you. So yeah, you did find one over in that corner.
Nice.
Okay, before
Like
we
this
start
thing.
real quick, this is a conversation we had outside just so I could finish writing my notes. The humans, do you remember what the humans promised in our trade agreement? Anyone?
Do, 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 do.
No one remembers.
Nope.
I don't remember a dang
Guild
thing they
of
promised.
Water
Mostly because
Dude.
Chupta hates humans, so
He was
See,
at
the only thing I have
extreme,
written
and I
down
was
is there's a
retarded.
group
Yeah, we were
things
all
to make
tired.
safe.
They were
The only
what?
thing I have, the only thing I have written down for Waterdeep is there's a guild of Waterdeep underground group to make things safe.
I guess
That's
it was
all I have
mostly
written
just
down.
to help make things safe, I guess. What about orcs?
They promised manpower, probably the same thing that the humans promised. We probably could utilize the assets of Waterdeep for establishing a caravan network because, you know,
Gnomes were technology.
yeah.
I'm
So
sure.
they had increased attacks on the west gate and docks.
Queen. So the dwarves. What were the dwarves?
Resources,
and
tools.
building.
Yeah,
They built this
building.
city.
Tools,
They built this
building.
city.
The kobolds were mining, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Mining.
Because we took
Minding
out
their own
the-
business.
Yeah.
They better be.
Okay. So
The
we.
elves were magic for teleportation for emergency purposes only.
Yep. And / main power.
And there's
Just
nothing
kind
wrong
of
with
we
their
needed.
place. It's
Mostly
fine.
everyone was manpower. Like
Yeah.
if we need fighting, but
Yeah.
the humans and orcs had way more people than everyone else. So,
They're a little more
they're
proliferate.
we also accessed the human city in order to get the guilds and to spread the
Yeah.
guilds around. So that was also another reason to get the
Yeah.
humans involved.
Yeah, we got guilds in most every place now helping to do that sort of thing.
Okay, well I hope we do minimally.
At least we talked about it.
Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna come in here. Did we have any discussions beforehand between us at all, or are we coming in here blind? Just to be clear from everyone else.
I could not imagine that Current would go into this completely blind. I would imagine you'd take charge and make
Yeah.
sure you had a discussion.
That's why I was like, how drunk were you? So I obviously would have written all of this down, like, in this meeting. So we all have this, not just Current, so that everyone can see this attendees list.
Yeah.
We also need to figure out how we're going to get people to go, to get along, how we're going to start the meeting, what we're going to do. So I figure we'll do a start opening statement of like, hey, thank you all for coming. Appreciate you joining our alliance or thinking about it. You know, that kind of stuff. And then go into
He's treating you well.
Like, I don't think we should mention exactly how we help them. Just know that mention that helping each other has been a great boon to the area around us, and it's already showing improvement. You know, that kind of subtle.
Yeah,
And then
the effect.
Are you sure we don't get them drunk first?
I'm pretty sure, yes.
The effects that our group has done thus far has made the main continent safer, and now, you know, we need to band together to take the lead on the other two continents.
Right.
And we all need to take responsibility for our land.
Right. And so, like, we can go to each party and be like, we had a pledge for this. What are your thoughts? If you'd like to come up and speak to the rest of the group, this is what we decided on originally. Do you have any grievances or issues that would prevent that? And are you still going to join? You know, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So that way, each individual group we can talk to, and they can talk to the group as a whole.
But which group goes first?
They can air out grievances. We can negotiate. You know.
I think the dwarves
I have
would be
one
best
real
to go
quick
first.
question.
Yeah.
I have one. Your business card things. Do I have to speak out loud in order to communicate with you through it?
That would be a Jerry question.
No, you could hold the business card and then focus on it, and it basically teleports a message. And the message is one sentence.
Okay.
And then you have
kind of what I figure. What I'm doing here is I'm watching for anything out of the ordinary. I'll send a message to Current.
Works once a day.
Works once
So
a day, so it has to
emergency
be
message.
very important.
Yeah. Very important. Yes. Okay.
Like, look out for the fireball. Like, that would be a great message.
Okay. Is there anything else you wanna?
Do we want to have maybe a little bit more structure to that? Because I feel like it could devolve into like basically he said
don't-
she said for
I've
the
never done
grievances.
anything like this, so I have no idea how we would
People looking
structure
at
it.
you like you know what you're doing. I said, because these are political people and they
I would
think that they're
agree, but
important.
in like Fen myself has no idea, so I don't know how to
Yeah.
structure it.
I mean, like
so player knowledge
th-
is not exactly on that one.
Right.
right.
Gotcha.
I mean, for me,
So if
like
they could
for
have
my
some help.
character, yeah, for my character, like my character would have no political background, at least that I know of, because I'm still in the group to like regain my memories and like what I've
Right.
done.
Right. I'm
so-
supposed to have political knowledge, but I personally do not have
Okay.
any. So.
Then the only knowledge I would know is it's probably important to figure out who's gonna go win and who you're gonna piss off by doing that, because
Yeah.
somebody's gonna be jealous and annoyed because you let somebody else go before them, and that's just how that's gonna be. And
I
you
feel
can either
like we
care or
should-
not care.
I feel like then we should do it in the order of which they joined the alliance to make it fair. If you joined
That's-
later, then you
Yeah.
get to talk later.
Oh, that means the halflings don't get to.
That does mean the halflings they get to speak last because we didn't know they joined.
But
I
also,
Mhm.
sorry, if they're gonna air a grievance like of compensation from one to the next, like you did this to like my race or something, they have to be willing to offer up something instead too. Like
Right.
it can't be like you have to ask for something before.
I'm
like,
gonna
they
start
have to
like
offer.
when I start, I'm gonna say this is meant to be a joining of the races. We
Mhm.
are going it. We are forgetting about grievances of the past for now because we're banding together as survivors of these monster hordes, and we need to stand together, united.
And any future grievances can be hashed out in the future
Right.
conclave.
What were you gonna say, Kratos?
I can't really take foot in this whole negotiations thing because of how Biscuit is. He's not really an assertive person.
Right.
So it'll be very difficult for me to voice my voice out in this. But more or less, I would, especially with like the humans, if they get a little cocky, I would look at them and say that we saw the damages in your city by these monsters. Don't sit there and think that you can take them on by yourself.
The whole time, Chook is just snarling at them if they do.
We will have a conversation beforehand, Shukta. There is no racial problems in this.
I
From our
didn't
group?
bite them or say
No.
anything.
It doesn't matter. You spit at them beforehand. You are going to be the epitome of a
I
gentleman.
spit on the ground, not at them.
No, but you know what I mean, right? You are going to make sure you are the nicest person to the humans you can possibly be today. I will be pissed if you cause a problem.
I would possibly also try to make a physical distinction between like monsters and because like that connotation has probably been used for some of the other races, so maybe try and stray away from that.
I mean,
my
is there
character,
another word you would rather use? Monsters are just what?
Abominations.
yeah, maybe.
Now, abominations would actually be a word humans would also use against other races. So abominations
True.
would probably be worse to use.
Disgusting beasts.
Yeah, see? You can't.
Non.
If we stick to generic monsters, we can say, like, dragon.
Monsters is fine.
Yes, use the term
Non-thinking
dragon with a
evil.
kobold representative. Yeah, that's great.
You know what I mean? No, I'm not gonna use that.
This is
Is that
wonderful.
I-
I'm loving
this
this.
is
This is the best.
No.
Like, I haven't had to do anything yet. You guys get to be paranoid.
Yeah,
The
we are
greatest
very
thing about
paranoid.
monsters is that everybody has in their own mind what monsters is according to their own experiences.
When the humans
Yes.
creep
Just call
into the
them- call them-
darkness.
Call them bands, beasts of aggressive nature.
There you go.
Okay.
I mean, my character in and of itself will probably not partake in this quite.
Oh God. Oh, I'm gonna have to talk as two people on this entire thing. You guys suck.
Hey, two will help you out.
Oh,
You
I'm
knew the
so
guy was
happy
dangerous
that
when you
you're
took
gonna
it,
help
Lord.
us out. You're not allowed to talk when the humans are talking. I'm just gonna say that. Or if the humans in general are involved.
Maybe he should be duct taped.
Well,
Speaking of
as
not
you guys
talking-
are in there doing your things, the doors open.
We're setting up. Is what we're doing. Okay, doors open.
And in walks Tim.
God.
Which color, Tim?
What do you mean, what color Tim? I'll describe him.
What
Looks like a
color
Tim, but he
beard?
has a snow white beard.
Okay, good.
It's Tim the
Ish.
White.
Tim the White.
And he walks in, and I will tell Kragos the information.
Alright, hold on.
Do I need to know any information as Crag? Because you said everyone has grievances. So what's Crag? Or the goblins? What was he told to quote unquote say by the goblin king?
Well, if they have past interactions with the goblins or anything, it's to leave them alone and
Yeah.
maybe give them food.
Yeah. The elves were attacking, apparently, the goblins as well, so I assume that might be a problem.
Right. We may have to draw lines on maps on who's gonna own what for any areas of
Alright, I
dispute.
got it.
Yeah.
The consortium owns it all.
Consortium owns
Yes.
it all. You mean the consortium of orcs? That's what is the consortium.
All your things are belong to us.
The council of Ericstown will own the entire continent.
Seeing how Biscuit's taking a backseat, would you like me to be the Tim?
Yes.
Okay. What time is it?
Oh, it would be well after lunch. It's almost like sundown time. It's the beginning of the summit is going to come in one evening.
Oh,
And then the
okay, so
first day is like today is the first day, and it's introductions. And what's going to be discussed. Those kind of things are going to be brought up. Basically, everybody's grievances, everybody's problems, everybody's everything.
Do we have a herald?
We do have a herald, Winky.
Okay, well, Winky, you got a lot of work to do. You got to introduce everybody with your kazoo.
Sorry, Tim. Go ahead.
Good evening, all. I am here to oversee things and to assist in the peacekeeping.
Current looks up from getting ready up at the top. I guess there might be a little podium up there or something.
Yeah.
And does not look happy. I go, oh, it's you, Tim.
Hey,
Yes,
Tim.
I am Tim, the Enchanter.
Yes, I'm
Great.
sure you are. How many things you got
Well-
to tell today, bud?
Actually, I do not peddle wares. Not I, at least.
What?
I just looked at everybody like, what? Who the hell is this Tim?
You-
Are-
You would
have
notice.
we met you before?
Huh?
Like, immediately, I
Hold
just
on.
asked it
Hold
after
on,
that. Have
DM,
you met them
DM.
before?
No, they've never met him before. He's from a different realm. Like, think of Rick and Morty.
I think
This
so.
isn't C327 or whatever. This is
I mean, can we
Tim-
clearly tell he's different?
Tim that was forged and shaped through different conquests of a different realm, but can transport himself as all other Tims.
Does he look different than the other gray-haired Tim?
Yes,
Other
he
gray-bearded
has. He has a head full of white hair, white eyebrows, and white beard.
Oh, it's white. I thought you said gray. That was my bad.
No, he said white.
Tim the
Oh,
White.
that was my bad. I
Tim,
heard
did
gray.
you get
That-
older since the last time I saw you?
Oh, there's another one.
This Tim does not peddle wares. Instead, he offers enchanting services. I enchant items that individuals want me to enchant. I don't simply enchant things at willy-nilly.
Okay, well, Tim,
And
you're
you
welcome to.
enchant the pews to make everybody tell the truth?
Shut up, Chukta.
It's really
Chukta.
good.
Hold on.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, it is, but we can talk after. Tim, you're welcome to join. But depending on what you represent, you'll have different seats. If you have a group to represent, you are free to sit, and I point like to the humans and like the groups like Waterdeep and that they're sitting up at the front.
I represent the interests of the realm.
I mean, I think everyone does that when they're trying to.
You see, there are a lot of influential people here, and as you know, dear Current, there are nefarious actors, and this meeting would be a delicious target for them. So, I have been sent here for the day to ensure the protection of this meeting.
Okay, well, Chukta, if you want to talk with Tim and get whatever set up and help him, I've got to finish setting up. So, and I shoo Chukta to go talk with Tim.
Are you sure?
You see,
You said I couldn't talk.
Now you can. Go ahead. Bye.
Great, sis. I'm never asking you for
She's
permission.
a little stressed.
you see the Tim kind of rub his foot along the floor and leaving a little powder line behind him as he rubs his foot along the floor, kind of almost making a, what would you call it, incantation circle? And then he kind of taps his staff on the ground a couple of times. And he said, "This meeting should be safe from other viewers now. At least they wouldn't be able to interfere directly. They might have to send peons to do their bidding, but for the time being, it should be fine." It's difficult to play Tim and not be like,
Yeah, this is why I created the 9 Tims, is because of the fact that it pushes you through your boundaries of Tim.
Yeah.
And it's a beautiful thing.
I love it. I think it's amazing.
I also have to come up with the motivations and feelings and thoughts for the Tims and then send it to Kragos, and then he gets to act on them as he sees fit. So,
does Crag know that Tim is that Tim?
he knows what... same thing you guys know.
Okay.
It's Tim. That's pretty much it.
Right, but I'm just saying, because Crag knows other Tims, do I have to roll to see if he figures that out?
Yeah.
Because he wasn't in that conversation.
Yeah.
What would it be? Perception? Investigation? Insight?
Insight.
He's really great. Okay, he's fine.
Yeah, he figured
He
it out.
figures everything out.
He looked at him and he's like, not the same one. We're good.
Okay.
So, what are you doing?
Anyone else have anything else?
I only asked him if he could see if he can make all the seats to where people tell the truth.
You see, dear Chukta, the issue with that is to make an unwilling subject speak the truth against their will may harbor negative feeling. So it's best to coax the truth out of them through diplomacy.
Well, I tried to use alcohol, but Current won't let me, so...
Well, it's simple,
In other words, you're not allowed to talk if you don't take the pill.
No, that's not the best way. The best way is to simply be upfront and forthright with them and be honest.
Well, I have no problem with honesty. I just don't trust everyone in the room.
And trust is something that is not freely given, it is earned, is it not, dear Chukta?
I suppose. They have to earn it for me.
Okay, well, you have to also give them the opportunity to do so, correct? It's difficult for someone to walk through a closed door if you do not open it for them.
I knew a guy. Knew a
I have
guy that
tools
walked
for
through a closed door.
You know, that may be fair, but figure of speech.
Turn of the phrase.
Why you want to go try and make sense, Tim? Your other Tims don't freaking do that. They always just try to sell me weird things.
I cannot speak for other Tims, for I am not their voice.
Okay, old wise Tim.
But do know the time is coming that the other nefarious actor in this realm must be dealt with. And it will take all of you to deal with him.
What
That
other
includes-
nefarious actor?
Oh, dear Current, have you not told them?
She looks up and she looks at Tim and she just kind of shrugs and she's like, there's many things happening right now. One person is not as important as a horde of beasts.
Also, to be fair, if she
And-
did, I was probably drinking.
And who do you think is instigating those hordes of beasts into action?
If one man could do such a thing, then that man is more powerful than we can handle. We can only do what we can. Right now, we face the threat that we can face.
That is true. It would be most wise to shore up your defenses.
Tim, don't tell my sister, but she's wiser than she lets on.
He rolls her
Well.
eyes.
Well, do know the time is coming. I do not know when he chooses to act. He has been separated from us for a very long time.
Okay.
Well, we will
Great
do what
warning,
we
Tim.
can.
I'll keep that in mind.
Anyway, anything else anyone else has before we can start the summit?
Yes. Roll a perception check. Everybody who's interested. Oop, I shouldn't have done that.
Ooh, don't. Well, Craig notices all the fucking things.
Craig,
Okay.
yes.
So, anybody who rolled above 15 notices that when Queen Domandred of the Dwarves from under the mountain walks in, she's using her staff, cane thing, basically tapping everything. She sits down, she shuffles all the paper, she taps it all, she taps the chair, she taps the desk, she taps everything else, all the pens, paper, everything that's within arm's reach of her, and she's always a bit disheveled.
Are you okay?
Does
there,
that seem
Queen?
normal?
No.
You all right there, Queen?
She would look at you and say, well, there's a couple of big things going on for us right now. I don't really know when my turn to speak is, but I would like to bring up a couple of small issues and some larger issues to the table.
First thing, are you okay?
I am currently, yes.
You don't seem okay.
Well, like I said, we've got some bit pressing issues
Are you safe?
currently.
Oh dear Lord.
Great.
I just look at Current like, oh god.
Alright, doesn't say anything. Just
Everybody
looks.
else seems to be a little bit on edge also upon hearing that and hearing other things. With Milo talking to the elf, asking what the smell was, the Dalgus being like, oh my god. Everybody's shuffling around over there. You don't know.
Wanted to keep moving next to the elf, but he kept moving.
Everybody is kind of like shuffling around, kind of patting their foot as you guys are kind of going through your things. As Tim's doing his thing, they're all kind of like looking around, trying to figure out what's going on. Nobody's really taken a lead and said, you know, hey, welcome. This is what we're gonna do, or how we're gonna do it. So they're all kind of like,
to do, actually. I'm about to start. So if there's anything else,
no. Just setting the scene, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I got you. Does anyone else look like they're about to like burst into tears or cry or whatever?
No.
Okay, just making sure there's no other problems before we get started.
Oh, there's lots of problems.
Oh, I'm sure there is. All right, thank you all for coming. Welcome to the first meet of our alliance that I forgot the name of.
Great job. You hear that from Dalgus. Great job.
You can tell she's nervous. Like, she may be a princess, but she's only stood in front of her real people like this before. She's talked to these people, but she hasn't done this before. So thanks.
Literally, you're talking in front of the same people.
No, but it's different.
From every week. Different. It's not even like you're public speaking in public.
It is. You only see the picture of the people who are there, but this hall is probably filled with their retainers.
Oh, yeah.
It's completely different. Does anyone want to give me a help of what this alliance is called?
We are the Vanguard, the Dawn's Vanguard.
That was our team name.
Oh, look at that!
And
I knew the team name.
This is the delegation of Ericstown.
Right. Yes, thank you, Biscuit. Appreciate it. Thank you all for coming.
You got this.
And anyone, any race who is not here or would like to send a delegation in the future, we are welcoming all races of all shapes and sizes. We are coming together as one to survive the beasts that are attacking, plaguing our continent and those other continents nearby. So we really appreciate all of you coming to this talk and agreeing to show your support. I would like to start first by announcing who we are, and then going through the groups of people who have joined us here today. So we, in kind of motions to our group, we are the Dawn's Vanguard, as Biscuit has mentioned. We are the group trying to get everyone together, a group of adventurers trying to get everyone together, save people. We have been wandering from people to people, inviting you all here to Ericstown and saving people from the beasts plaguing. And we plan to continue to do so. Any other groups that we find, we will welcome them here. And we are going to go to the other continents and try to rid ourselves of whatever's causing these beasts to attack and to help everyone to safety. Introductions, we have Biscuit, Chukta, I'm Current. My name is Current, and then we have Gideon. We do have a couple other members that aren't currently present right now, but if you would like to meet them, you are welcome if they are available. Next, we'll go to the people who are present, and I motion down to Tim because he's the one standing still in the middle of the walkway. We have Tim the Enchanter, as he's always called himself. That's correct, Tim? Yes.
That is full name, please.
Oh, the full name. I am Tim, the Enchanter. Only on nights and weekends. No birthday parties, but funerals are acceptable. Founder and CEO of Timco Products and their subsidiaries, not liable for any complications associated with using said Timco Products batteries.
That's his name.
Well, we appreciate you being here. I hear you're a very skilled enchanter and a magic maker, so it's good to have you. Next, we're just gonna go in order over here. We have Queen Damondred from the Wolves, or from the Wolves. Wow, dwarves! I can't read. I can't read. It was me misreading. Sorry,
It's okay, Auntie. It's okay,
that
Auntie.
was a Fen problem, not a current problem.
Chuka does call her Auntie for some reason.
From the dwarfs, we have Hor Kellingston from the orcs. Thunderbonk from the gnomes.
Each one stands and kind of waves to the crowds.
We have, and I'm kind of like blanking for a minute because she never met this person. Murgo, yes, from the red kobolds, Dragon's Blood Murgo.
He pounds on his chest.
And give him a little nod. Dalgis from Waterdeep, from the humans.
Chukta takes a long drink of his water.
You did say the name was Venereal, right?
Yep.
She wrote Veneral Elves. Okay,
Yeah.
I just want to make sure. Venereal, from the elves, from Selvanesti.
Salvanesti, yeah.
Crag from the goblins. And Milo Thatch from the halflings. It was great for all of you to come, and we are very grateful that you could join us in these talks and try to get the world to a better place together and no more problems between us. Kind of look at them all. Anything in the past, we're going to put in the past. We have more pressing matters for now. Any future grievances you are welcome to bring to us as a group, and we will sort them out if we join the alliance officially. Otherwise, you are welcome to eat, drink, and join our discussions. If you have to leave, that's also just mention it to us, and we will try to table whatever discussion and go to the next day if it's something important.
This looks like a Comic-Con panel.
Yeah, right? I'm just picturing buffets, like, on the side, you know? Otherwise, we are going to be going through each of you in the order that we had originally asked you to join our alliance to make things fair.
Milo raises his hand.
Yes, Milo?
So I'm here. We haven't really officially joined because you really didn't help us, but we still have problems.
Right. Yes, I know that you were here. I know we weren't able to help you at the time, but you are still welcome to these talks, of course. We will just add you to the end of the number.
Okay.
And then you definitely will have a chance to talk, Milo.
Okay.
Okay. Does anyone else have any questions before we move on to the next thing? And she kind of looks over everyone. Sir Tim. Would you mind if you found a seat so you're not standing right in the center?
Very well. I'll sit back here.
Very much appreciated.
You notice that the crowd parts widely for Tim to sit down.
Right. Well, thank you. And I know it's getting late here, and this was just the start of announcing ourselves. Is everyone able to continue on for the night, or we'd like to start fresh for tomorrow?
We would like to Dalgus of the Humans from Waterdeep, Council of the High Council. I would like to at least put what we need to be talked about out onto the table for everyone to have an opportunity to sleep on it, if that would be amicable amongst everyone.
I look at everyone. I think that would be fine for everyone, as long as we still go in the order as mentioned before to keep things even.
Weirdly
and fair.
enough, even Chukta nods his head.
Okay, so the first...
Drinking water, though, because he was speaking.
The first group to go would be the Red Kobolds.
The Red Kobolds.
As they were the...
Okay.
Yes, they were the first to join the alliance.
He stands up with a very stammering common. Like, he's not very good at speaking. I'm going to start off with it a little bit, and then I'm going to break back into regular speak, okay? So just understand. He goes, I of the red kobolds speak for Ulrag. The swamp kobolds have been missing. The black and green dragons going missing. We foretell, the blind one speaks of Tiamat soon.
Great.
And he sits down.
Okay, I write that down. Tiamat, soon, black, green, missing. Okay. I make sure to write that down. Thank you very much, Murgo, and we'll make sure.
My people.
Don't worry, Biscuit. Don't worry. Hold on, just finishing my typing. Okay. Next we have the dwarves. Queen.
Yeah, she kind of looks around the table, touching things. She goes, "We have a bit of a mimic infestation. It's been quite upset. We I don't know what happened. They're everywhere and they're multiplying by the day.
Auntie, I'm so sorry.
It's horrid. I've been bit basically almost everywhere daily. Gold coins. You can't trust anything. I'm glad to be away from the mountain for the time being. My people are being plagued. Also, we are in desperate need of arcane forge materials that we can trust. As it is now, our arcane forge is overrun, and we're gonna have to rebuild because it's being eaten away by the mimics.
Current's face like pales a little bit more than it already is. Like, oh shit, but she doesn't say anything.
Also, we may need to discuss the indentured servitude of other nations that we have currently working in the mines.
What?
Yep.
Yeah, we'll need to discuss that.
So, yeah, not to bring up bad things or old things, but it should be probably brought up that, prisoner exchange. Just saying.
Probably a good idea.
Yeah.
Thank you for bringing that up. We will definitely have it on the docket for tomorrow. Next. Next we have the orcs.
The orc stands up through his toothy mouth. The proud people of Shagurg humbly request a Bardic college in their town to be accepted. And as he says it, you hear literally the elf choke on his water and spit it out. The human also starts to chuckle a bit, and so does most of the other races.
I don't know what's so funny. I think that's a great idea.
Well, Venereal would be like, orcs don't have comedy. They don't sing. They can barely talk.
Have you been to one of their plays? Because I think they have comedy.
We would never go to one of their plays. They don't even know what they're doing.
How do you know?
Now, Venereal, if they have a Bardic college added, that would be for everyone, not just the orcs.
And the orcs would also say they would want more teachers and instructors from other lands to help diversify their college as well.
I think it's amazing. They want
That's
to
incredible.
Increase their arts and everything like that. That's awesome.
Better themselves as a race.
Thank you for sharing.
He would also say that the Fighters Guild, the Craftsman's Guild, the Prison Guild also is looking for additional instruction because it's very rudimentary as it is now.
Understand.
Okay. That's definitely something we could look into. Thank you. Next we have Delgus from the humans.
Ah, yes. Where is he at? There he is. He goes...
Victor has the best smile he can put on his face while he looks at Dalgus.
While transgressions in the past have been quite tumultuous, and we are deeply regretful for the situation which things have transpired, we would like to openly apologize as the humans towards all of you in a way that would be the most forthcoming. and
Truth
also
draw is already falling.
Explain that there is an older, generations of humans that are still a bit jaded. However, we are seeking a way forward as a unified nation to help thwart the efforts and problems that we are running into currently.
Yeah, truth draw is just completely hanging.
As for problems and issues that have arose inside of Waterdeep and will be plaguing the rest of the lands currently, our Assassin's Guild is a bit out of control. Our Thieves Guild is brimming.
Sorry, hold on. Define out of control, please. Like if
Well,
there's assassinating people randomly in the streets, or
more along the lines of there's no hierarchy. There are multiple actors and factions acting within the Assassin's Guild, and it's not in check. It's kind of bred itself into something that we are having a bit of an issue with ourselves. Many of the High Council have been removed.
I see.
Lily quietly smiles to herself.
Alright, continue.
As of for the Thieves Guild, it's almost like living in a hobbit town.
I'm sorry, could you please rephrase this?
I'm surprised my purse stayed on me when I walked through the streets.
Okay, so yeah, next time you speak, sir, let's try to be a little less racist of other races here.
I
Just 'cause
meant
it's
no
a hobbit
offense.
town.
It's true. Milo would put his hands up like, true.
Okay.
Alright, is there anything else you'd like to share?
No, not right now.
Alright, then she kind of waves for him to sit down. Next, we have Venerial from the Elves.
As you all know, our arcane college was pilfered quite heavily during the wars. After we were sacked and we had to retreat to the Isle of Vizima, we now are looking for our lost spellbooks, lost arts, and Warforged knowledge. We are in deep need. Any Warforged that were created during the war and have been out amongst the land need to be returned to us promptly for inspection and to ensure that they do not cause any more damage since the war. We are very
He holds your hand up. Pause.
upset. Yes?
Warforged are sentient, depending on what kind of Warforged they are. We agree to talk about this a little bit more, but please note that, of course, we will not force any sentient Warforged to go back to you.
At the cost of it still being under the same directions and can be set off at any time. You do not want them returned so they could be inspected to ensure that they do not go back out on their original quests of massacre.
We will discuss this a little more.
We'll try to educate the sentient ones so that they would hopefully voluntarily go.
Very well. As it is, I mean, it should be brought up. I know that they are working as blacksmiths, tavern owners, winemakers, all kinds of craftsmen and fighters. All it takes is the right incantation and they go back on their rampage. As you wish, keep them, let them run amok.
He takes his breath and then just nods. Thank you.
And of course, don't forget Vizima.
Yes, what about Vizima?
Well, we would like for, us to be able to use our docks again. Not send people there and them disappear and
I
stuff.
don't see what's wrong with your docks. We've been there.
We can go back to your docks, or at least send some people. We will talk about that. But yes, yes. Thank you.
Okay.
We will have that discussion, definitely.
Yeah.
She's like, where was I? Sorry, she got distracted. She looks back at her notes. Ah, here we go. Next we have the gnomes. Flint, Thunderbunk.
Yes. So of course there is the slight problem of our people down in the mines getting randomly, kidnapped and drug away by the drow. A small issue. Just we're losing people. It's quite normal. Also, arcane materials, mithril, monster parts, witcher stuff, whatever you guys can get us for us to be able to make stuff for you guys to be able to kill big bad monsters and go to Vizima and fix that. From what you guys told us. Overall, everything's pretty well good. Everything's just like you left it. We're able to mine that new area since you guys killed that one thing. But again, like I said, just small things here and there, sorry about the mimics. Might have been one random gold piece that we've been working with. So anyway, going forward, we would just like to let you guys know that we are here to help forge and make anything you guys need. We are very excited to see any kind of new materials that you guys can bring to the table. Anything you guys could do to help us in getting the mithril or arcane materials would be very, very, very appreciated. And if anybody would like to send anything to help us thwart the efforts of the drow down underneath, in our mines or anything like that, would be greatly appreciated also.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for sharing, Flint. And next we have Crag from the Goblins. I just read the last person's sentence. This is gonna go bad. Whoever wrote that. Am I doing Crag or are you doing Crag?
I'll do Crag.
Okay.
So Crag would take one rock out, but keep the rest of the rocks in, and go, the shipments of turnips are becoming quite alarming in the amounts.
Turnips?
Turnips. It's very small things, you see. They normally come in groups of 6. But it seems like they are taking a lot. And it's hard for me to find enough goblins to supply your shit. And he puts the rock back in. A big slurp.
Current looks confused about what he means by turnips. But just kind of nods. All right. Thank you, Crag.
So you know what's going on, right? And you know that he didn't promise turnips, and you know that as Crag what's going on, right?
Right, I know as Crag is what happened last time, right? Like, it's hard to...
I know. But what I'm saying is Current would figure out that something's up. You know what I mean?
Well, let's see here. Let's see how good Current's paying attention. Yeah, decently. Alright, she figured out something's up.
Okay.
Yeah, alright. She gives a strange look to Crag. Next. And last, thank you for being here, Milo. You're welcome to speak.
Oh, yeah. So, we have a culinary college, and so we are looking for, any kind of books you guys have on cooking. That's always a great thing. We have a couple of small issues here and there with, people randomly being plucked up by, critters and getting eaten. And we're also looking for any kind of specialty forged pots and pans. And, we have that house up on the hill that's people are just disappearing into. So, if you guys could take care of that, again, would be great. I'd appreciate that. And of course, we would like some of our people back from the dwarves.
Of course, yes. That is on the docket to discuss tomorrow. So thank you, Milo.
Okay.
Does anyone have anything else they'd like to share before we close it for the night and come back again tomorrow, fresh and early?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Two factions, the Dwarves and the Halflings, make a public announcement that there will be a party. They will host a party at the taverns, or the tavern. Milo's like, I think we all deserve some ale after this. It's been a really great day. I've had a great time here. I think we should all go to the tavern and celebrate the start of a unified, land. And Queen Domandred would be like,
Ah, damn it.
I would be able to drink and not have to worry about the cup trying to eat my face. Yes.
Yes, Auntie, I'll take good care of you. I actually would go down and grab her by the arm and walk her to the tavern.
Wait, let me at least, Current's following after for a minute. Like, wait, can I talk to my mother first? Like, she'll start taking her away. Jesus. Does everyone just file out, or like...
Well, they wait for you to kind of dismiss them, but like...
Okay, then yeah. Then I'm like, oh great, then we are dismissed. I would appreciate it if you guys didn't get too drunk in the night, because we do have a bright and early morning tomorrow, but have fun.
Okay. So everybody would start getting up, filing out. They'd all go back to the different taverns. Are you guys going to Trixie's?
I'm gonna stop my mom from going, and then just make sure she's okay. Have like a, hey, I haven't seen you. Like, everything good at home besides the mimic infestation, that kind of conversation.
Should tell you that everything's good. Your dad's only missing a finger or two. She would show you that she's missing part of one of hers. She's like, it's bad.
Jesus, yeah, I see that. Do you need me to come home?
No. For the most part, we just have to make sure we slap everything with a stick.
Right.
Auntie,
Hence
I think you definitely need a drink.
Agreed.
All right. Well, just checking on you.
You want to join us, Current?
No, thank you. I'm good.
Are you sure?
Okay,
Yeah.
so let's see if there's anything that happens at the bar. Ooh. So, at the bar, I'm not going to bring it up, just bear with me. An argument breaks out between the kobolds and the humans.
Oh no.
Merlot would be like...
Wait, who went to the bar first so we know who's there?
Everybody would be, because remember, there's not like a huge, thing. So Trixie's Tavern and the other inn would be the only two places people could go. So of course, everybody went to Trixie's.
Even our group all went to Trixie's? Like, did everyone go?
I don't know. Did you guys go?
I went.
I went to Trixie's.
Lily slunked in.
Okay, Current did not go.
Current
went
didn't
to
go?
her house. No.
So Current went to her house. Who went? Shukta?
Yep.
Lily.
Queen Domandred. Crag, of course, went to go shit on the floor.
No, actually, Crag did not go. If everyone's at the bar, it's the perfect opportunity for Crag.
Elves.
For Craig, they gotta steal children. Oh.
Let's not announce what he's doing.
Lily.
Actually, he probably, if you're the only child he knows around,
Trixie's.
then yes, he will stalk you.
And Lily's at the bar.
Whoop.
Did he see you? Hold on, what was your stealth check? Oh wait, he had a perfect 20 for perception, so unless you can beat his 20 in your stealth roll.
Current didn't go. Gideon, did you go?
I didn't actually roll stealth.
Yeah.
There you go. No. Yeah, so Craig did go
yes,
to the bar.
I did.
Craig did go.
Okay. Neat. So he went.
Want to share the bar nap?
He's putting everyone on it. It's a big...
Okay, there we go.
Okay. Flint went. You have to understand, everybody went because of the fact this is an opportunity for them to be able to talk, not at the delegation, and find out more information about everybody. So of course they're all going to be there.
Mhm.
Current didn't go. Lily went. Biscuit went. Gideon went. Okay. And of course, my broken token for Trixie.
For Trixie.
It's a constant thing. I don't know why Trixie's token is always broken. I keep fixing it every single time, and it just...
Because Trixie's magic.
Okay, well, let's see here. Beep. That's
I'm
great.
going to. Can you roll your deception, Lily?
Yeah, sure thing.
Are you trying to hide that you're a halfling?
Yes.
Okay, then yeah, roll your deception. Alright, Crag now knows you're not a child, so now he's severely disappointed.
Whoa.
You can just see him like come up to you and then his face falls. Like, oh.
It's like, oh, your hands are huge. What the hell?
Hairy feet.
So Trixie would light up seeing everybody showing up and start pouring all the different tankards of ale and different things. And as everybody was starting to drink and everything was kind of kicking off and everybody was talking, you would see different factions or different groups kind of breaking off, talking about different things. And then you would hear, "Why are the kobolds even here?" And you'd hear the kobold, "We are here because of the missing kobolds. Perhaps you would know more."
They're Russian?
Why not? They're Russian kobolds. Why not?
Russian kobolds, yes.
Why not? I don't know what they would sound like. You know, I can't do a draconic accent. I don't really know what a draconic accent would be like, so I figured it'd be Russian.
Hey, I like it.
Russian
I like
Russian
it.
dragons?
it.
Why not?
Yeah.
I like it.
I like it. We're good.
So yeah, the argument.
Lily tries to distract the human with talk about their issues with the assassins and thieves taking over. Making
Crag
stuff.
just walks over. I correct Crag, but Trukta. Trukta walks over.
Sorry, is Murgo talking to who?
Murgo's talking to Dalgus.
Okay, just to double check to understand. Okay.
Why is
and-
Trukta not on the map? Is Trukta on the map?
Kukta is too drunk to be on the map.
Oh, there.
He fell asleep in the corner somewhere.
Nah. For once, he's actually not drunk. Excuse me, Dalgus?
He's across the table.
I
no,
walked
no,
over.
the A. You're right. The A. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He'd be like, "Oh, another kobold? They're multiplying?"
Look, if you want to actually move forward with the things that you spoke of earlier in the delegation, then it might be best to figure out how to get along with everyone here.
I'm doing my best, but it's...
Well, so am I. It's everything I can do to not piss off my sister in this environment.
It's everything I can do to keep my tongue at bay from wagging
Mine too.
when I'm seeing what I'm seeing around here and trying to push forward and get some help with what's going on in our town.
We're all trying to get help. We're all trying to help. But if you keep pissing people off, you're not going to get that help.
Well, it's not
Tell
my...
me about these assassins and these thieves. Tell me what's going on with these guys.
Oh, the assassins? It's a constant, like, you wake up the next day and the guy you were talking to about forging a new way forward with the other nations is dead. You come back the next day, the guy that they replaced him with, he's dead. I'm having to look over my shoulder every night and every day. I can't even shake hands with people anymore.
That sounds like a terrible, terrible problem. And I understand that that's a very, scary
And-
situation to live in.
And
Do
our-
we know? Do you know anybody who might be amongst these assassins who could be talked to figure out what's going on, why they're taking these particular contracts?
What are the majority of the races of the assassin? Humans?
They hire from all sorts, as far as my knowledge. My knowledge is limited. If I wouldn't be reaching out for help if I knew where they were, who would be a contact, or any of that kind of information. I have no idea.
Well,
If
for
you
them
go
to
into
get, like-
Waterdeep itself, you might be able to find more out yourself. They know who I am. I am a public figurehead. They would never allow. I would have to reach out through multiple different consorts to be able to even make a connection with any of them, and it would be so muddled by the time it got there that they would think it was me wanting to get myself knocked off. No, I have
That's
no
awesome.
idea.
Dalgus, here's the thing. You want people to help you, right?
Of course.
I'm standing here before you. I've been one of the people that have been helping this land. I've been to your land, and I'm willing to help you if you're willing to put aside your issues with other races.
I'm willing to do so. I just need to make sure that everything kind of is at least looked at
It
with a
doesn't
good.
sound like
good
it
eye.
when you're talking crap about my brothers over here,
Well, I just don't
or
want.
about me standing in front of you.
I just don't want everything to be overlooked over a couple of missing kobolds. I understand it's important, but we're having people killed left and right. They're not just
Everyone
going
is,
missing.
but you're just having it in a different way. So everyone is having some issues with people coming up missing. The goblins are missing people. The kobolds are missing people. The humans are missing people. Everyone is losing people to some entities.
Roll a
We're trying to come
diplomacy check.
together so we can figure it out. Roll a what?
Diplomacy.
We don't have diplomacy.
Diplomacy? What is that?
Oh crap.
What would that be under?
It would either be
Persuasion.
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 Sorry. Too many roll systems. My bad.
Yep.
No.
He would look at you
Sorry,
and he'd be
wrong
like,
one. I rolled the wrong one.
Intimidation, yeah.
he would look at you and he'd be like, you know what? I think I've had enough for tonight. I'll do the best I can.
Sounds good. Sounds
I
good.
think I might be able to help you with your assassin's situation, if that is something you're willing to look into.
Yeah, well, we've got a couple of days. We'll look into it.
Even worse.
I think it's just funny that we're rolling so low to persuade a human.
Yeah.
And he would be
It's
like,
almost as if we're already rolling at
He's
disadvantage.
the only human among us, isn't he?
huh?
Isn't Gideon the only human among us?
Yeah, and he hasn't said a word to him.
Yeah.
Nope.
He's the only human other than
kinda-
Gideon in the room, besides Tim, which I don't even know if Tim would be considered human anymore.
Yeah, I don't know if
Well,
Tim's human.
Tim's his own thing at this point.
I just kind of been waiting my turn to speak, and hasn't happened yet. So,
Well,
Just
what do you want to
jump
do?
in.
I mean, let me take a look at my character here.
So, like, if you wait for your turn to speak, you're not gonna speak very much.
Yeah, I know. I mean, my charisma is a 16, so now I think they had it handled pretty well. I don't think me butting in and bumbling words is really gonna do anything. I think them.
Okay, they spoke out of character well, but did you see the roles that they did?
Notice
failed.
he
Yeah,
still
okay.
he still
Ah.
was like, whatever, I'm going to bed. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
he's like,
I've got a +9 to persuasion, and I still got a 12. Okay.
So I guess I would try and like clap him on the shoulder, maybe get him to sit back down in his chair again, and say, well, everybody's got their tempers up, but everybody's coming here to relax and talk about these things without the police kind of just watching everything that we say, and you're here and you're trying, so let's try and talk it out.
roll that persuasion. Show me that beautiful bean footage. and he would look at you in the face and he'd say, "You know, I am being a bit hasty, but at the same time, we have a couple of days to work this out. It's been a long ride. I'm tired. I probably should just turn in. I do
Sounds
appreciate
like a grand idea, sir.
it." And he would go
I
off.
get, yeah.
If
I'll
15
just-
is where
yeah.
I was going with it. You know what I mean? So,
Mhm.
like I said,
You were close, but nobody was there.
yeah. Well, also I rolled it. It was a random thing, so I actually have it roll. I have each faction has a different number, and I have different summit events that can happen. So I roll on the different summit events at different points to see if I can add something to the summit. So it's not just you guys talking over the different problems. I have to throw things in there.
Yep.
And so I created a table to be able to roll on to create basically like hazards in the RP sections of this for you guys to have to deal with.
And Chukta did not drink tonight because he did not want to piss his sister off.
Good.
All right. So other than that, you would see the orcs talking with the gnomes and trying to talk to the elves about comedy, actually.
They
Craig
have
would
great
like to sit on
comedy.
the other side of the table next to the elves.
Okay, and as he did that, you would see him be like, "We should move over here," and he'd be like, "Sounds like a great idea."
God damn it. Craig, then just kind of looks, he slumps and he's like sad. Just, he sits at the table, he just starts like doodling with his finger on the wood.
Drink and gives it to him.
Like
Lily
he's doing, like,
quietly whispers to Milo,
just, like,
"Please
a little
don't ruin my
performance."
cover."
Okay, I'm gonna roll a profession for jokes for him. Okay, so the orc tells one of the best jokes of the orcs, and we're gonna roll a counter for him. So the orc would look over at the elf and be like, "You know how many elves? What?
Oh, you.
Go for it. Go for it. Go for it. Go for it."
Did you hear about the 2 silkworms in a race? It ended in a tie.
Now, somebody else tell me a little bit less funny joke for the elf. Anybody?
Tell you a clean joke. A horse took a bath.
Oh, we said it
What
last
did the horse
stream.
say when they walked? What did the horse say when he walked into a bar? It's a horse, you idiot.
Did you hear the one about the orc and the human running into a bar? The dwarf walked right past it.
Yep. So they start talking about it, and basically it goes over the fact that the differences in the comedy styles. The elves are much more like English comedy style. You know, it's a little bit more dry humor. Think of like The Office versus the orcs being more like what do you call it? The Three Stooges.
Slapstick versus dry humor.
So they kind of go back and forth over in the different parts, and they start talking about how the gnomes are well known for their stand-up, and the halflings are really good about their sleight of hand and impersonations and stuff like that. And they start talking about, like, you know, the humans are really good at, like, kind of being in between all of them. The kobolds, they have no clue if they even have humor, and they start laughing about that. And then they say, well, the goblins, they're joking themselves. You know, and they just kind of joke around about things. They're drinking. They're having a good time tonight. Everything seems to be going pretty well between the two of them. Milo just kind of sits slumped at the counter. Queen Domindred also just kind of enjoys her beer and just sits there talking.
Yeah, I always check on her to make sure she's okay.
And Tim would sit next to the fire, warming his old bones with a cup of tea.
Lily just asks Milo to please not reveal who she is or what she.
Milo would just look at you with a sigh and go, "You are who you want to be."
And she nods.
And Trixie would be just busy as a bee, brimming with happiness, checking on everybody, making food.
Hope that goose is getting his payments for him.
Yeah, nobody. Did anybody notice the goose kind of out loose?
I would have noticed the goose.
I don't know. Let's all roll
Do we need
perception
to roll?
checks.
Tripta
I don't
sees the
know what
goose.
perception
Crag,
Crag sees everything.
Crag actually fights off the goose a couple of times. Biscuit pets the goose.
Yep.
Dad, what are you playing?
I
Dungeons and
don't
Dragons.
see a darn thing.
The goose
Gideon loses most of his gold to the goose. Lily pets the goose.
Awesome.
Pretty little goose.
With my perception, can I rob the goose?
You could try a
runs
sleight of
by?
hand against the goose.
Yes. No, nope.
Or not.
The goose
Nope.
wiggles its little snake-like neck, whoop 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 whoop, and just waddles on by. And
You're trying to steal from this person. It's like, nope.
every once in a while you hear a clunk and a bing as the goose deposits coins into a box, and then a little bit of food comes out the bottom.
Mr.
Dad, are you like the
Mr.
storyteller?
Mr. Trixie, has the goose been a good addition to the tavern?
It has. I don't even have to worry about reminding people they have to pay tomorrow anymore. I trained it so that way if it puts gold coins in the box, because I was finding them everywhere, then a little bit of food comes out. It rings a bell, so I know that I got basically tipped for the night. And you hear ba-ding, 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 and you just see a small pile of food starting to accumulate.
Love it.
That's awesome.
Mr. Trixie, did you give the goose a name?
Him named Dale.
Dale?
Him there, Dale.
Him named Dale.
Wait, little
Dale.
Dale. Would Dale? I share one of my biscuits with Dale.
Dale loves biscuits. Don't give him too much, though. It makes him gassy.
Oh dear.
Duck
Well,
farts
it's
the word.
a special occasion today. I give him a biscuit.
Okay.
And biscuit, of course, gives Dale a biscuit.
Dale gobbles up the biscuit. And you hear
Oh,
squeak later. And then everybody's like, "Oh my god!" They all start blaming it on each other.
oh, Mr. Trixie, I got something cool to show you in my adventures. I got this, and I pull out my
I go
my
home.
paper. I pull out the paper dragon. The little origami dragon thing that
Mhm.
like moves on its own.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Look
cool.
Look at this, Mr. Trixie. I don't know what to do with it, but
Oh,
it's
wow.
yeah, it moves on its own and everything. It's like it just does things. I named it Croissant.
That is a great name for a paper dragon.
It's my little companion.
That is super neat.
But I'm glad things have been good here for you, Mr. Trixie. I'm glad that things have been really lively around here and everything's going good.
Yep. Besides the
it
fact
seems
that the elf told me I had to go back to the elves.
I don't know about all that. I don't. Yeah, he said something about you could go back into some kind of evil hurt mode, but I don't. I think you'd be okay, Mr. Trixie.
I know. I'm still worried. I don't want to hurt nobody no more.
But I would. We definitely need to talk to the elves about that because if their little procedure changes you any. I don't want you to do it.
If I don't hurt people, I'd be okay.
Okay. As long as you stay you.
I'll always be Trixie. Don't you worry.
Okay.
All right.
And
What?
And Biscuit just settles down into his meal. All right, what's next?
So, let's see here.
Let me know when everybody's finally dissipating and going to their rooms or whatever.
Everybody would be kind of going, as everything's kind of going along. Murgo would walk up to you and he would be like, are you Biscuit?
Yes, I'm Biscuit.
I've heard great stories of the champion Biscuit that everybody at Olrog's has heard.
They say I'm a champion?
Yeah.
What about?
That you've went out and you've explored and you've done all these great deeds and you've killed these big monsters and all this great stuff. I just want you to know that if Tiamat comes, you know that we won't be able to fight off Tiamat, and we'll have to fight everyone. And I don't want to fight everyone.
Well, I guess we'll have to. I don't know what to do about that because I know that Tiamat is real big and real scary, and I don't know.
Well, the dragon cultists are trying to find us and take us away. I didn't want to tell everybody, but they're amassing the masks of power, and they can hold us, and they have dragon orbs, and they have other things that can control us and make us do bad things. But Ulrag protects us.
So, if we find those other dragons, would they be able to protect the other kobolds?
Most of the dragons, the green dragons and the red dragons, are normally bad, but Ulrag, he's kind of old, and he thinks everybody's his kids, so he lets us kind of go and do what we want. And he's really a nice guy, because after the wars, he doesn't know what's going on much anymore. But we know that most of the time, green and black and blue and red dragons are evil. But now the other dragons, the silver dragons and the gold dragons and all the other dragons that are non-chromatic, or is it chromatic? I can't remember.
The metallic dragons, yeah.
The metallic dragons are good, and the other ones are bad. But we know that the bad dragons are slowly disappearing.
That's not good. That means that they might be coming together. They might be doing bad things.
Would this count for current too, since she's the child of Ulrag?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, do you have any information about what was the last disappearances and stuff like that?
We know in the swamps south of, I want to say south of the elves, but we're not too sure. That's where the black dragons and the green dragons lived, but we haven't seen or heard from their clan in a long time.
Okay, well, I appreciate the information. I'll try to get my friends to help me sort that out.
And he looks at you, and he goes, I think that Tim is in on it.
Well, see, I think that Tim over there is a different Tim. I'm not sure, but I think that there.
Are you guys listening in?
Oh yeah.
Yep.
As soon as he said Tim, I was like, I'm gonna roll for this.
Lily went
I was
home.
listening in because of the whole dragon stuff.
It could be that it might be my intuition, but I think that the other Tim, like there's a lot of Tims, and there's that one over there. I think that's a good Tim, and there's a bad Tim somewhere. I think he might be behind everything.
Oh.
I'm not sure. That bad Tim. I know him.
Okay. All right. Well, that's it for tonight on this part of it. So tomorrow will be day 2 of the order of businesses, and we will start on that. Is that cool?
Well, Chukta is going to, if everybody has dissipated and gone to their rooms, Chukta is going to Kurt's house for the first time ever and knocking on her door.
Winky would open. Actually, no. Steven would open the door. Steven, my dwarf.
It's my sister here.
Retainer.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Yes, she is in. Would you like me to?
That's not how.
Yeah.
That's not how Feven talk. Feven talk
Okay,
like
go ahead.
this.
Go ahead.
Feven, she's inside. Why are you here?
I need to speak with my sister.
My name's Feven.
Yeah.
You need to speak with her?
Yes.
Correct! You got person!
Yeah, thank you. And she...
He doesn't move. He doesn't move. He just stands there.
She walks up, and she's like, you're dismissed. Go,
He takes one step back and looks at you and starts picking his nose. He goes, my name's Feven.
You know what? Why don't you go help Winky? Winky needs help.
I like Winky. Winky!
Yep.
Where'd you go, Winky? He starts chasing around Winky. Winky's playing with his kazoo, running around.
Your distressed kazoo sounds, yeah. Just ignore that. This is why they're... Yeah, okay. Anyway, yes, hello.
No, I have never come to your house. Anyway, I would like to let you know, number one, I didn't drink tonight.
She looks very surprised and would like
but
to...
Well, that's because there was just too much going on. So anyway, what's that human dude's name?
Dalgus?
Dalgus?
Yeah. Dingus. This idiot tried to start a fight with my brothers.
Okay. Are you sure that he was the one who tried to start it, or was there a mutual...
Yes. No, it was definitely him being, a racist ass. So, I did not do anything that should piss you off. I went and talked to him in a cordial way, and we both agreed that we're both trying to hold our tongues from these things, but that we need to get along. But he is upset and worried because people are killing people in his place, in his town. And he's always looking over his shoulder for assassins. So he's not sure if he's going to die next. So he's pretty stressed out. And of course that brings out the ugly in people.
Right.
But I want you to be aware, because he's already said some shit. And it's already hard enough for me to shut my mouth.
Well, I do appreciate it. Do you know where he is right now?
He went to his bunk at Trixie's.
I see. Okay. Well, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Also,
I do appreciate it.
Auntie's doing great. She seems more relaxed.
If she went to the tavern, she was going to feel very nice by the end.
And maybe some rumors and murmurs of Tiamat.
Yeah. I suppose it was the kobold.
Yeah. So that's not a good sign.
Well, I suppose we'll just keep our ear to the ground.
Indeed, but I figured since, we've let you basically be the leader as a princess and all of this stuff, it'd be pertinent information for you to know.
That is important, thank you. I do appreciate it.
Now in the morning, I want you to come to my house, and I want you to make me sober, because I'm about to go get drunk and pass out on my fucking floor.
Right, because you don't have a bed.
No,
do you want us to...
He has a bed. It was made.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, yeah, I can definitely stop by in the morning, and drag you to the meeting.
No. You do your thing that cures me and makes me sober and all that silliness, and we'll proceed for tomorrow's shit.
Right. Personal sobriety. Glad to be here for you.
Oh no, only because it's for you. Otherwise, I wouldn't even show up tomorrow.
That was a goose.
Well, I do appreciate that.
You're welcome. And he goes to his home, and he gets drunk with his palicoat, and somehow figures out how to bathe a goblin because he's drunk and he doesn't know what he's doing.
He washes
great.
Crag.
Not Crag. It's the one that
Oh,
picks up
the
all
shit
the shit
goblin.
Because he sleeps on my damn floor.
He does, yeah. Current would go to the tavern and asks to stay the night in the tavern, even though she has her own house.
Trixie would be like, yeah?
Okay, so she finds out where Dalgis is, and tries to sleep as close to him as possible, and tries to get into his dreams.
Okay. So, anybody else gonna do anything before I come back to that?
I'm gonna go to bed.
Okay. Anybody else?
Greg is going to not wander around kidnapping children. He is going to not do that deliberately, so he doesn't, ruin anything.
The only child he found was not a child. So.
Yeah, he's very disappointed.
Okay.
Fake child.
So,
Just so you know, normally that's what he does. He's not doing that.
Biscuit, you doing anything?
Nope.
Lily, you doing anything?
Lily went to her own house a long time ago.
Okay. Just making sure. I didn't know if you were going to go to your house and do something else. Alright, cool. So, anyway, night sets in really good. You lay down. Your astral self gets pulled from your body. You whoosh up into the sky. You see all the different stars. Different ones. They're all different hues, different colors. Different things are going on in different parts and pieces of them. The ones that are closest to you, you see, are different, like, shapes and sizes and stuff like that. So, roll me a... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Roll me 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Roll me a d12. One, two, three, four, five, 6. The first dream you go into is a dream, and it looks like
Craig, not current.
Yeah, well, I was on Crag. It's fine.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. You see your home, and you see your mom standing there, literally beating everything with sticks.
Great. All right. Well, back out of that one.
Okay. You back
Try
out
to
of
get
that
into a
one.
different one. Try to get into it.
Roll me another d12. You see the inside of a hollowed out cave with a kobold curled up with Ulrag, telling Ulrag to fight it and that it'll be okay and that everything's going to be okay and that they won't let Tiamat take him. And he's
alright.
crying.
Okay, well, I'm gonna switch dreams again. Ooh.
Okay, you see a very, very ornate room. One of the most prestigious rooms you've ever seen. And you see a man sleeping in a bed. And you see a cloaked figure slowly walking towards him with a knife drawn.
Ruh-roh.
I assume this is the human stream.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this is what he's worried about. I try to wake him up while also trying to figure out who's... Like, I want to see just in case. I want to make sure the human's telling the truth. So I want to perceive.
So, with a 19, you're able to wake him up, and he sees the cloaked figure, and he's like, I knew you would come. This is the last. No, you can't. And he pulls out a dagger from underneath the bed, and he starts trying to attack the shadowy figure in the dream. And he's successful, and he just stands there in a cold sweat, panting. That's what you see.
Okay, and then I back out again, and I'll do one more time to see if I can get the elves. Otherwise, or the goblins, I suppose. 9.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You go into the dream and it's fuzzy. It's really fuzzy and whooshing around, and you feel kind of nauseated. And you see a very oddly shaped clockwork dragon taking a small hourglass, just turning it over.
Okay.
And you see Chukta standing there, slowly getting younger and older.
Whack.
Interesting. Can I see anything about this dragon, just besides this clockwork?
It looks like it's a like dingy brass
Dingy brass. Okay.
with hourglass eyes. It's just sitting there, and but like I said, everything's really fuzzy.
Okay. I would try to wake Chukta then.
Chukta's awake. He's just standing there, emotionless, just standing there looking at this thing. You see his wings appear and disappear as his age changes. You see scars appear on him and disappear as he ages.
Does he look like he's just trapped in anything, or just that it's happening because the hourglass is flipping?
Chukta, what do you think if you were in a dream and you see your the person who did this to you sitting there just doing this, and you're motionless, you can't do anything, you're just standing there, what would you be doing?
What would I be doing? Well, obviously nothing.
Would you cry? Would you be happy? Would you be sad?
I think all the emotions would go through because of the time flipping thing.
Yeah,
it depends on what moment he's in.
Yeah, so you'd see him going through a range of emotions.
Okay, I would try to grab his hand and pull him away from the guy.
Okay,
Dragon.
roll me a d20. You're able to grab hold to his hand and you start pulling him away, and it's hard to pull at first. I mean, it's super hard. It's like he's stone. But slowly you pull him away, and then you kind of see him like mesh into a different dream. And the new dream is just a happy dream of you guys at the Orcs in a theater. You're throwing pumpkins at people, and he's laughing and drinking.
Okay, then I wake up and I'm like, all right, I'm done now. I finished dream walking.
Okay. I was hoping you was going to get Tim's dream. Oh my god, it would have been great.
Oh god.
I was thinking about continuing, but
You are
I
now
didn't know if I was
insane.
going to get trapped anywhere. So, like, if I had a guarantee I wasn't being trapped, I would keep going.
No, there's no guarantee. None of them
know.
had. Everybody had a little bit of alcohol, so it was very lucid dreams, and it wasn't like super bad. Anything that was definitely deep in their subconscious and things that was irking them and things like that would definitely be surface level dreams. If you'd have went deeper into the dreams and stuff like that, if you'd have waited, you didn't stay very long in any dream. You didn't interact too awful much with any dream, so yeah, it wasn't too much.
The only one I really dared, besides trying to make sure the human was telling the truth, was Chukta, because if he's upset in a dream, then you can try and fix it.
Yeah, but like I said, you didn't stay very long. So
No.
if you'd have stayed very long in any of them, they would have changed, and they would have been different things going on. So you didn't really see, like you said, you seen surface level. You didn't go deep. So
Yeah. Surface level is enough for now. I need to be here for the conference tomorrow.
yep.
Right?
So you wake up and it's late. Did you put on your hat tonight, there, Lily?
No, I did not.
No, you didn't
I
want
just
to.
went straight to bed.
You didn't want to see like you go back to bed again
No.
and stand there for 12 hours while you watch yourself sleep.
You like
She
so
learned
fucking
from
over that?
Sorry, it's a Timco
Bullshit
product.
hat ever.
All right, we're gonna go on a quick 5-minute break. We'll be right back.
Good.
Okay.
Let's see here.
ceiling beams.
All
There's
right,
a
we're back.
perfect little hidey hole for her.
I mean, it's the perfect place to
So
hide.
the next
It's like,
morning arises, and everybody wakes up somewhat refreshed, and Chukta is still drunk, and you can hear Gideon coughing softly in the corner.
That's actually my wife, but yes.
And
it works.
we'll see what happens on this table of events for today. It looks like the kobolds immediately demand a party in the name of Olrag.
Oh, we're already starting?
Oh, jeez.
I was gonna wake up first.
No, I'm just saying.
That's
I'm looking at what's coming up.
Got ya. Okay, cool.
And let's see here. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 players. Roll a d6 minus 1, 2. Okay. So, the morning kicks off, and you go as early as you can. Lily runs into the halls, and I gotta go find the image of the theater. I mean, the meeting hall, and move everyone over. Douglas takes his place. Craig takes his place.
Make sure that you know that we're gonna do the elf and goblin dance for the first like 5 minutes of where they're sitting.
Oh yeah, that's gonna happen. Don't you worry.
You like seeing the disgusted look on the elves' faces.
Oh, Trixie doesn't get to go.
Trixie doesn't get to go. Poor Trixie.
I think Trixie's happier that way.
Probably.
Is that everybody on the map? Reshare.
Lily, I think is
Yeah.
She's off the map. If you look down of the inn, she's in the gray spaces of the south portion of Trixie's tavern.
That's because my house is to the south of Trixie, so I ran out that way.
I moved you back out of the map there for a second so you can see her. Alright.
Yep, that's everybody. All right. Okay. So comes the next day.
Everyone's sitting on the left side.
Everyone's like, I just want to get away from Craig there.
Thanks.
Nobody said anything. They just kind of moved.
The elves were like, wait.
Yeah, literally, he was just like, the orc just walked over, sat down. Everybody else just, like, the halfling was like, meh, and just went and sat down. Everybody else just kind of went over there and just sat down. Like, nobody really said anything. Like, they knew they had their assigned seats, but they just moved over and sat down. The elf was the only person who's, like, any kind of protocol about him, and he's like, I'm supposed to sit over here, but I'm not going to sit next to Crag. And then Crag keeps moving closer, and so they played the game. Eventually, Crag gave up, and he sat down over there.
Would Crag be allowed to just invite, like, there's empty seats, right? Like, to invite there are some other goblins to sit in the seats?
No. That would have been... You do have a couple of people working the event, and they would have probably been like, no, Crag, no, just you. You are here on behalf of King Evelith as the hand of the king. You know. And you never did talk to Crag about the turnips, so it's kind of funny that you didn't talk to Crag about turnips.
No, I didn't, yeah. I figured, there was so much going on in the tavern, I wasn't gonna even bother at the moment. I knew there was gonna be something that happened, so...
Okay. Alright, so the next morning happens, everybody's here.
Kurt looks over the seating arrangements and, kind of raises an eyebrow, like, Good morning, everyone. I see that seats have been shifted. Is everything okay?
The elf says, everything's fine. Trying to be
all right.
proper, just everything's fine.
Crag raises his hand. It's like, can I sit closer to the elf to make, feel very alone right here.
I don't think that's a good idea.
Just so lonely.
You're fine, Craig.
Lonely. Oh, so lonely.
Okay.
All right. Everyone, make sure you get in your seats. You have your notes. We're gonna be starting in the next couple of minutes. Get the food. Make sure you're all hydrated. We will be taking a break around lunchtime, so
Okay.
everyone knows. Because this is supposed to be bright and early in the morning, I assume.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So know that if you need to take a break earlier, just propose it to everyone else, and we will try to accommodate.
Mm-hmm.
But we do have some scheduled breaks in, and she takes out her little notes. Today, we will be talking about the issues that were discussed yesterday, to try to resolve them. Now, no, not all issues are going to be resolved today, but we will try our best to work with everyone else. And if you have any suggestions for ways to resolve issues, or would like to volunteer to send some people, please just raise your hand at any time during any presentation, and we will call upon you when you can speak. Does anyone have anything they would like to share before we start today?
Milo raises his hand.
Yes, Milo.
I have a solution for the absence of slaves that are taken, that are going to be released. I would like to table the outlook on necromancy as a possible solution.
I'm sorry, what?
So if we're going to be trading off people, if I get some of my people back from the dwarves, which would be, really cool.
Right.
They could always just reanimate some of their dead people to work there anyway.
She looks at everyone else's faces when they say that.
Everybody else is agape, like, what?
Excuse me, what?
I have to look up what my god says about this to make sure I understand.
Well, and then the gnome would be like, oh yeah, think about it. Necromancy should be talked about here. Are we going to allow necromancy amongst our peoples? Is that a thing?
Oh no.
And Galgus would be like, we have certain quarters inside of the human districts that necromancy is practiced and it's accepted, but it of course is constrained into these certain requirements, and the elf is completely aghast to the situation. Like, you do what? And the orcs are like, that is filthy. How could you do such a thing? And he goes, well, it's not really well upon. It's just what it is.
And Tricta says, aren't we all just constructs anyway?
Who was that? Which race was that? That was
The Halflings is the one who suggested it.
ah.
But
Okay.
perfect
Yeah,
socioeconomic thing to hit on in a summit.
So, Morden didn't have anything, so I'm gonna assume it's okay.
Okay. Would you like?
Do you openly say that?
Chime up.
No.
Would you like Biscuit to chime up?
Sure. Right now, Current is glazing off into the distance, trying to remember what her god thinks about undead.
Well, the thing about undead is it rubs a lot of people the wrong way, because you're raised. Well, of course,
because their skin falls off. I understand.
Yeah. Now,
depending on the necromancer,
I'm not going to say yay or nay because I don't want to offend anybody. But if the families of the departed were willing to allow that, maybe there could be compensation for that undead's labors, so that way that it, a lot of parties benefit from it, and it could be good for everyone if we were to go in that direction.
Yes,
let's see
perhaps
here.
we
Queen
could-
Damandred says plausible.
Maybe if we had the humans apparently already have this practice in place. Humans, Dalgus, if you could maybe bring to us the rules in which it is practiced under your rule, perhaps that is something we could share with others to make it more palatable. Like if we had more guidelines for when, it was acceptable. I assume that you do something similar as Biscuit suggested.
We do. All undead that are interred can, basically, it's the people who can't really afford a whole lot. They can sell the bodies of their dearly departed to embalmers, who then can resell the bodies for other purposes. They know that they're dead. They know that they're dearly departed. They get a premium price for the departed, and basically they're going to be confined to an area to where they know that if they go into this quarter of the city, then the undead will be walking, and they will be doing their daily chores and things.
Okay, so that sounds interesting. Perhaps tomorrow you could bring in the rules and regulations that you have, or at least send it to our alliance council.
If Dalgus would, or if
Damandred?
huh?
Queen Damandred, Milo.
God, I spelled it wrong.
Venereal.
God, I can't read my own writing. If Venereal would be so kind to transport me back and forth to the human city, of course I'd be able to do it quite easily. Venereal would be accommodating to the situation, but the stipulations that inside the Elven lands it would not be permitted.
That is acceptable.
I think that should be noted. That there should be a right within your own lands that you can or decide not to do this if you like.
Yeah.
Are we say?
They still have not. That's not anonymity.
Yeah.
Venereal would also bring up a valid point of, I personally would prefer people who had undead servants of their own to keep them out of my town in general.
Okay, that's something that we can have negotiated.
We could post it somewhere. It's not going to be something that we can necessarily police all the time. That would be something that you would have to deal with still, but that could be something that we announce to the rest of the alliance people to let everyone know, hey, if I'm visiting.
Once we have all the things prepared, we can build a charter with some of these rules upon them.
Yeah, the alliance is just a code of guidelines that we can all try to work towards bettering ourselves. But as Biscuit mentioned, you do have autonomy for your own groups, your own countries, really for how you would like to handle it. But we still are trying to work together. So
for common goal.
If there's something that you absolutely cannot stand, of course we will try to accommodate as best as possible. Anything else anyone would like to bring up before we start what we discussed yesterday?
Not currently.
Okay. All right. So first, let's bring up the Kobold representatives. Mirko.
Yes, my lady.
Okay, I was wondering if you was supposed to say anything. All right. So, do you have anything about where. So I actually bring out my map of the area. I'm like, could you mind marking down where the black and the green kobolds you said were going missing? First of all.
He squints at the map and he goes, over here? Maybe over here? It's been a while. The humans killed a lot of them. I haven't seen them in a while.
Okay, well, this will give us a good start. And she kind of just goes to all the other people and shows them the map, just to make sure everyone sees, like, kind of where he was pointing. And she's like, so when's the last time you've seen a black or green kobold, or heard of one going missing?
Yesterday.
Okay. Besides Biscuit.
I've never seen one.
Okay, do you know of anyone who has, or? Again, besides Biscuit.
We sent, one of the other kobolds to go find them, and he came back, but he wasn't in good shape. And he said that they were in a swamp. But
like the elvish swamp.
Yeah, he said he had some longshanks or some people that was chasing him with pitchforks for a long ways, so he's not sure.
I see. And Kurt looks over to the elvish representative. Do you know anything about any kobolds near your area?
We've been locked away for so long behind the maze. Our only outward expansion was to the seas, and now it's gone.
I see. And Crag, the goblins, have you seen anything about kobolds nearby?
No. Just lots of rocks and turnips, you know.
Right. And she just, like, she's about to ask and then just stops. So we'll get to that. All right. Well, do you have any other information for us about maybe Tiamat or these missing kobolds?
The guy who came to see Ulreg, he had a mask on. He said it was...
What did it look like?
He was tall, and he wore a black cape. And
Did he have a beard?
No.
Okay.
And he said that he was useless, and he wasn't worth his time, and he would find another dragon, and he had on a mask, and it was scary, and he told us all to stay there.
What did the mask look like?
It was like a white mask with red lines drawn on it.
Okay. Would you be able to draw this mask? If we... I got him a piece of paper, and would you be able to point out where these red lines are on the face of the mask?
He draws you the best childish rendition of spiraling dragons on the sides of the cheeks with random letters across the top, and you see that when he starts doing all of this, you see Crag. Oh, they're doing the infallible nasty thing. Oh my god. Oh, how could you do such a terrible thing? It's going to steal all of your thoughts.
You missed a great opportunity, Jerry.
What?
The Skyrim Dragon Priest mask?
That's what I was thinking.
That's what I'm doing.
Exactly.
That's what I'm doing. But remember, he's a kobold with clawed hands trying to draw a mask. With a crayon.
And Crag knows this mask?
No, Crag knows that writing words on paper is evil and it steals your thoughts.
Yeah, it does. Okay, yeah. Okay, well, thank you for that. We will keep this drawing. And she, again, shows everyone the drawing. If you see anyone with these masks on, we need to discover what happens to these kobolds. It seems like someone is plotting something with the dragons. So perhaps if everyone could keep an eye out, especially people who live near the swamp area. She looks kind of at the left side if you're facing the exit. So the elf and the goblin side, the empty side. And she's like, especially you guys, we need to learn what happens to these kobolds. So if you guys could keep an eye out, maybe
So-
send maybe a small party just to look for them.
Be
We
on the
would appreciate
lookout
it.
for dudes in black cloaks wearing masks. Got it.
And and the green and the black kobolds. If we can find them, maybe we can ask them personally.
Right.
Yeah, because if they're not all missing, they could tell us about the missing members.
Yeah. And they're not
Yeah.
gonna try to bite, stab, spit at us, or turn to stone
That's
and
why
explode
you
or
just-
anything.
That's why you just tell us where they are, and we'll figure that out.
Observe and report.
Just do your best. And she looks back at where's my notes? Murgo. And she nods and she's like, is there anything else you'd like to bring to the table? We will do our best to try to resolve the issue that was brought to us so far.
No.
All right. Well, I do appreciate it if you'd sit back down. And I look at Gideon and I'm like, did you get all that?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Just keeping track here. All right. Next, the dwarfs. Queen, if you could stand up, Queen Dalmandred. And she's like, it's so awkward to call her by her name. Mom. No.
Tap 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 tap.
Rita has no such compunction. Oh
Yeah.
yes, go ahead, Auntie.
She stands up there and she goes, "Yeah."
All right. So let's start with the mimic infestation, and she then looks at the gnomes. Now, you said you may have heard or done something to cause this.
Yeah, allegedly.
Would you know how to fix it?
Yep.
Quickly and expediently.
Yep.
Would that be something you're willing to do?
Nope.
Why? What would it entail if you could expound?
Probably a lot of magic and hammers.
That wouldn't involve just crushing everything, would it?
Well, yeah, pretty much.
Right. Got it. Does anyone else have any idea of how to easily solve the mimic infestation without smashing everything to bits?
Are mimics magical in nature? Are they a magical creature or are they a magical item?
Oh.
DM question.
The elf would tell you, as he looks it up on the DM manual, that they are a creature.
Okay, so that means a simple spell of what's the word? So that kind of ruins my idea.
He tells you, if it were me, just speaking in general terms, allegedly, the gnomes might have created this. Allegedly, I understand. It was a sick ostrich. If you were to be wearing glasses that revealed the essence of creatures, you'd be able to clearly see if a thing was alive or not.
Do you happen to have any of those that you could lend to the dwarves to help solve that issue?
We could make them, yeah. So could the gnomes.
He looks between the two like, who's going to volunteer? Because this is all about helping people.
if it's a problem of funding, I'll be help. I'll help.
Well, it's not a matter of funding, you see. It's all about the cost of the arcane and the materials and the time. And we haven't had very
Don't
much
you
in the way of
have a pair of
materials.
glasses already? Do you not have one? So you just...
Possibly an alleged issue that you may have allegedly caused, that you might allegedly just volunteer to help them.
I tell you, Mr. Gnome, I'll give you something that I got from.
I mean, if you want to talk about like what we have and what we don't have and what we're looking for and what we've made and what kind of might have happened, I mean, we can talk about things like that all day. I mean, we can talk about like, hey, who's the founder of the religious faction here? You know, what's the the overall denomination of the general society of it at large?
I hold up
bring
my
it in.
hand to stop everyone from talking. I'm like, all right, silence.
I think I have a fix, Mr.
All right.
Gnome.
Yeah.
I will give you this Timco product if you help them.
A Timco product?
Yes, it is an enchanted bowstring.
Oh, we don't have one of those. You know what? We might have one or two sets of glasses. We can lend them with the understanding that they release 10 of their indentured servants with air quotes.
You were asking for...
Queen Dermadron, would you be willing to release the indentured servants in exchange for help with the mimics?
She says yes.
Okay, I will give this bowstring to the gnomes in exchange.
Fine bowstring.
It's a bowstring of intimidation. The lower you roll, the more impressive it sounds.
Anyway, now what other indentured servants do you have in the mines? We've dealt with the gnomes.
What do you mean by that, daughter? What do you mean by which ones? Are you saying a number?
Other races. Other races.
We have a couple.
Speak plainly. This is not a place to mince your words.
Well, speaking in more clear terms, we have pretty much almost all the races.
And what would it take to give those back? Those that maybe aren't a danger to us.
The arcane forge needs to be built. It is under very much disrepair. The mimics seem to be drawn to it and have eaten it completely gone. There's actually a hole in the ground where it once stood. We would be willing to release all of the indentured servants back to their original people if they so choose. Some of them have been quite accepting of the situation.
But you would free them and give them the choice, is what you're saying.
Well, yes. Now, some of them have since given birth and have children and have become part of the Dwarven society at large as it is, although they are not allowed to hold any offices or public or, those kind of things. Just in general, they are just kind of a workforce, and we would be very, very stripped of our generalized workforce.
But if they help rebuild this, then you would be willing to free them.
We would free about half.
But you just said you would free all of them.
Well, thinking of it as an entirety of everything. Yes, we would be willing to free all the originals, no problem. Absolutely.
We need to get along with the other races. That includes releasing prisoners of those races, Mother. Which means you need to work with us here.
What about creating a new workforce? like we talked about the possibility of necromancy, but what about other options like I don't know, magical constructs to help them?
No, we don't want any of those nasty magical constructs walking through our underground caves, exploding and causing havoc. We've seen what happened during the war. We'd much rather prefer to have good flesh and bone striking iron as it should be.
True, but the elves have discussed we would check all of the constructs to make sure that they're not going to just explode at random.
So you're saying that you would safe the warforges and then send them to the mines?
It depends.
Not the sentient ones.
Right.
Gotta point that out again.
And
So
what
the
about,
ones that are in not sentient, maybe.
What about creating what about creating like something other than just like the warforges? What about just like I don't know? There's gotta be something, some kind of nonsense.
Or maybe hire them and pay them.
Oh, now we're going to empty our coffers into the pockets of everyone else around us.
Look, all I'm saying is you got to find some way to come together so that we can all share free prisoners from amongst our races and still be able to have a workforce. So you got to make some decisions.
And
Maybe yours need to be more.
And hold on, I thought that the kobolds were doing the mining for you. You take the resources and implement your craft and
Well,
turn it into
the
things.
kobolds are bringing lots of things. But we have our own mines as well.
Well, why not just have the kobolds expand their operations into your mines?
Because there's not very many kobolds.
Well, what if we figure out? Well, we're going to try and find the other kobolds.
Okay.
But I don't know if the swamp kobolds would like to be there.
All right, let's stop this. We're going in circles almost. I look at the elves and the gnomes and the orcs and like everyone else to see if who would be willing to help the arcane forge. So who can build an arcane forge? First of all, who would be willing to help the dwarves build this forge?
The gnome says he can. And she says you're not allowed in my my area since last time. The elves say they would, but of course they require all their prisoners to be freed. And she would say she's willing to release the ones of the original war. You know, the long-standing ones.
Those who are willing to help build this forge, those prisoners will be released. So the elves, if you help, will get those prisoners released. If whoever else helps build it, up to half, as you've requested, we will get half the prisoners released. The other half, we can discuss doing other things. But economically, we can't release all of them at once without an answer to the workforce. Otherwise, the whole dwarven economy will collapse. Even though there are mines for the kobolds, without them immediately expanding their operation, the dwarven society will have major economic problems.
Horror Killingston speaks up. And what of my people? I mean, we do not have the abilities to build an arcane forge, but we have people there. I mean, we are trying.
If you're willing to volunteer to help, you might not have the ability to build the forge, but you have strength to carry the materials. We can try to anyone who is willing to help build this forge, whether it's carry items, deliver materials, we will get up to half of those people back.
So instead of us sending more warriors to go train for monster hunters, we're going to instead send them to the mines. You came to our city asking us to build monster hunters.
You have one of the largest populations. Now, I agree, you definitely need more fighters because that is what you wish. We're not going to say you shouldn't have them. But if you have the largest workforce, you also have the ability to send help to others. Whether it's something that you want to do or not.
We will send
all
our
have to make
bards.
sacrifice.
We will send our greatest theatrical players to go work in the mines to build character.
It's not working in the mines, but yes, it's just helping.
That's exactly what it is. That's exactly. you want us to go and carry the iron from the bottom of the mines back up to build an arcane forge. That's working in the mines. You want us to take our best and brightest theatrical play artists, our craftsmen of wine.
I care not who you said, but again, you have the largest population and have the most flexibility to do this. And you don't have to volunteer.
And they're only going to
release
release the original prisoners. It's been 300 years. There is no original prisoners.
There are for some, like the elves. And how long do orcs live?
About a normal lifespan.
About human style lifespan.
I look back at the queen and I say, well, he is right. You can't agree to that for all the races because the originals wouldn't be there anymore.
There's some.
Mother. Be reasonable.
Okay, 20%.
20? What happened to half?
Well, 20%
what
of
happened
the.
To all of them? All of them was the first.
I said all of the originals.
Okay, well, now that it's not originals, let's do half of just everyone who wants to.
How about 20%? 20%.
I like half. Half sounds great. Thank you.
I can do 20%. That's the best you're gonna get. You're gutting your father. He'd be red-faced with you right now.
He's always red-faced. I like how we both at the same time.
Do you know the kind of blood pressure he would have right now if he heard what you're saying about his nation?
It's my nation too. You don't think I live there?
No, you live here. You've moved away from us.
Now.
You've left us.
It's not forever. I'm helping. This is not the place for this.
Well, when is the place for this, daughter? Gutting your father and I's. Where do you think your money came from? Where do you think all of this came from? It came from the backs of all of these people's efforts. We cannot contribute.
Super embarrassed.
We cannot contribute equally to the trade agreements that we originally said.
Auntie, I'll get you another drink tonight. I think you need to go sit down.
We will table this for later then. And daughter, I will have words with you. She walks over and sits down.
She starts massaging the bridge of her nose, like, oh my god. Right. Well.
You wanted a summit, so you're getting a summit.
I did. We'll talk about the indentured servitude more, but that is on the table for release, and we will definitely get some of them out. So next, let's talk orcs. If you wouldn't mind standing up to the front, please.
I would love to, my lady.
Thank you. So let's talk about the Bardic College first. We definitely can build that. We already have some craftsmen in town building places for just building the town in general. We're expanding every day. Adding that to the docket shouldn't be too difficult. And I look to everybody else in the party.
But my lady, may I first give you a taste of the beautiful orc culture?
Are you gonna play the greatest orcish love song ever made?
Well, actually, it's just a small bit of things I've wrote down this morning.
Sure, but you do know, we do not have loads of time. I hope this is something.
It's a small list. It's just things I read over this morning while eating Trixie's delicious food. By the way, where did she learn to cook? Where did it learn to cook like that? It's delicious.
How much is on your list?
Let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
Okay,
nine small jokes. Just
you may do
test
the
them
first
out.
one. You may do the first one. but that is all the time we have.
You mean-
Maybe at
We'll
the
take a
end, if we have
sample of the
extra
first
time, you're
Oh.
welcome to do the rest of them.
Oh, okay.
But we need to make sure we proceed.
I have to do my best voice, my lady.
Of course.
I am afraid of the calendar because its days are numbered.
That is true. Thank you. She's just like stares at him.
Another one. You want? If singing in the shower is fun until you get soap in your mouth, then it is a soap opera.
All right, Hor Kellingston, please. We will listen to the rest of your jokes at the end. We have to have something to look forward to.
Yes, my lady. As I was talking, yes, we do have problems. The Fighters Guild is getting a bit rowdy. We have sent most of the fighters to the Monster Hunter forefront. We have founded it as Astera. Everything is going
Which
quite
race is
well.
this? Sorry.
What?
Which?
Hor
Is it still the
Kellingston,
Orcs?
the Orcs, yeah. He tells you
Okay.
that Astera, the foundation of the initial outpost, has grown quite well. The Orcs are getting extremely strong, and the weapons that they're crafting are extravagant. However, we don't want to be too off-sided. So we would like to continue. We have our Craftsman's Guild that is building some of the most beautiful fabrics and things like that you've ever seen. Me as the main head master-elect, Hor Kellingston. I also would like to talk about our prisoners. So some of the prisoners are people who've encroached upon our lands that were not like war bands and parties of different nations. Now, I am not saying any race here who has people in our jails should come get their people, but I am definitely saying I'd appreciate it if you got them out of our own jail cells. Because jailing our own people for bad jokes is hard enough.
All right. Well, we appreciate that. If you happen to have a list of what races should come to get their people?
He looks around the room and he goes, "Yep." Besides the elves. Pretty much got a
even
little bit of all of them.
goblins?
Yeah, we got a couple of goblins. Yeah.
Okay. Well, then make sure it looks around the room. Make sure everyone knows that they have to send representatives to the Orc City to grab their people that are able to be released.
As for my request for Bardic College,
Yes,
Like
of
it's
course.
fine with us.
We are expanding the town, so we can definitely add that here in the town.
we were referring to at Sulragug.
Oh, you want a Bardic College in your own town?
It'd actually be founded and established and accepted by the other nations as a place of learning for, learning the Bardic performances and inspirations.
I think it's a great way to extend the hand for all races to come together. If you would host such a college, I think that's a grand idea.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised you don't have an Orcish one already.
We do,
Yep.
but it's not accepted. He
Oh,
kind of looks
okay.
sideways at the humans and elves.
Well, let's put this to everyone else. What does everyone else think about accepting the Orcish Bardic College?
Well, that's just it. It's on the same foot as the necromancy. It's up to them to accept it or not. You can't force someone to.
They can accept it as it exists. They may not like the jokes, but it is something
Would they
that's
allow-
established.
It's one of those. Would they allow it to be built?
Why would they need to? Why would they care if it's built? It's in his own city.
I thought he was referring to wanting them to be built in their cities.
Yeah, basically he wants, not just it to be accepted in his city, but for him to be able to create a small bardic college in the other places to spread the culture of the orcs.
Yeah,
I still think it's a grand idea.
It's one of those things where we'll have to ask to other leaders whether
Right.
or not they'll allow it. It's not something that we can force their people to accept, but we can allow the opportunity.
Right.
And that's
And
all that we can offer.
we do have to mention that there is other styles of poetry or acting from the other nations that
And that's
we
what
could
we
possibly
seek to
accept
learn.
into the Bardic College. So it's not, to be clear to everyone in the room, this won't be just Orcish traditions. This would be something for all races to show their own traditions and learn from the other ones.
All the rest would kind of like raise their hands, and you'd call on them, and they'd all be like, "Well, we have our own Bardic colleges, of course." And the humans, they have a multitude of different varieties, whether it be people who sing or people who do speeches, people who make jokes, people who do different things. The elves would say, of course, their elven singing gives great inspiration, and the elf would actually be like, we think that adding an orc college to the elven lands would be able to increase the diversity of the actual amount of bardic knowledge throughout the lands, and he likes the idea. Most everyone is going to would be very accepting and be willing to send also bards to teach them how to do better jokes in general.
Well,
I would just like to at least celebrate a small victory for us all coming together on a decision.
Of bards.
Of bards, yes.
Now,
of all things, bards.
Dalgus would mention, he would be like, one small concession, please.
Speak.
Can we eunuch all bards that are associated with other races inside of our town?
No.
Negative.
Okay, so how exactly do we go about not having half orcs running around? Not saying there would be half orcs running around, but saying
how you
hex?
choose to have laws in your country are up to you. If it's an understanding that the orcs are not allowed to copulate within your walls, that is something that you can pass.
But we all know how loose some bards can be.
Are you being also very judgmental of all bards?
No, I'm saying that if I send humans to the orcs, have you seen some of those orcs?
Oh no.
Of course.
Not in a bad way, but have you seen what's on their backs? Oh my god. I have heard tales of the voluptuousness of Queen Nadira. Oh my god.
Well, she was a half orc.
And she was a gorgeous lady too. But all I'm saying
Perhaps
is
you want more half orcs.
I'm not saying that. I am a human.
And this is about getting together as races. What is the problem with half orcs in your city?
I'm just saying other people may not feel as positive as I do. And again, we don't need any communicable diseases brought in from outward areas infesting the entire lands by bardic performances, if you get my drift.
Well, wouldn't that also create revenue for your clerics to cure those communicable diseases?
So let it be put in the notes that if you increase your bardic colleges by including the orcs and any other races that decide to join in this alliance of bardic knowledge, we should also warn the clerics to get their remove disease spells ready.
Yeah, absolutely.
Definitely putting it in the notes.
Forethought. Okay, just making sure everybody's clear. Hey! This is a valid point. I'm making this a very valid point. If we're going to increase the amount of bards out there, we need to look at things. Also, the wives, nursemaids and the midwives and stuff. They need to be on. Might want to increase the revenue for the midwives too.
Maybe just increase education about the oncomings of bards. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Be warned at the gates. Bards are coming. Hide your women.
All right. Well, Is there anything else we discuss, sir?
Yes, I will leave you with this, and it's very important that I say this because it's always good to leave on a good note. What does a tick and the Eiffel Tower have in common? They're both Paris sites.
Thank you.
And he goes over and sits down.
Chukta gives the golf clap.
Very much appreciated.
He gives a
thank you.
lavish bow and goes and sits down.
What time is it?
It's about midday.
So it's about noon.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So we do have the humans, but it is just about lunchtime. So if everyone's agreeable, we will take a lunch and then come back and start with the humans as soon as we return in about half an hour.
Okay. Are you gonna? You need me to pause it so then you can collect your thoughts?
Do we need to collect any thoughts? Is everyone good?
I need a break.
All right. He needs a break. So yes.
All right. I'll put it on. Be right back.
Needs a break.
slow down on the drinking though. So
Okay.
Yeah, if you want notes to be legible, I suppose.
So
I think I'm
during
doing
I
all
stopped
right.
drinking like a
Yeah.
I stopped drinking like a half hour ago. Now I'm like, oh boy.
during lunch,
Oh, I didn't know we were supposed to be drinking.
Flint would have came over to Biscuit, and he'd been like, "Hey, we do have a lot of extra big relics and a lot of bigger weapons and stuff like that the other races could use, but we really don't want to just give it away or give them out. I'd really like it if we could find out a way of figuring out a way of getting something for it besides gold, because we really can't work with gold. And we know the dwarves are getting a lot of resources if they've got that many people. Is there a way we could get, maybe a couple of tons of resources, or maybe you guys could give us some other magical items to be able to take apart, disenchant, and be able to place on other objects?
Well, that's just it. Like, it's you just gotta communicate that to them that you're not looking for just gold. You're looking for other things, and it's called bartering.
Well,
You know,
what if we work together on this a little bit? Like you could help us out a little bit.
well,
Bribery. I like it.
well, I don't. I'm not good at that, but I tell you what. If you take the, that's what Eric's Town is for. You just bring what you want to trade here.
It's a long
And
travel across monster-infested lands.
well, there ain't that many monsters left here on this continent. We ain't really encountered too awful many.
Okay. Well, do I have your vote of confidence that you'll help me with this?
I mean, you can trade whatever it is that you want to trade. You know, it's an open market, isn't it? I mean, we haven't established any set currency expectations for goods here, so it's just
Okay. What about establishing a small church of Baal here? Is that going to be against the rules, or is that okay?
I don't know about. I mean, if you have your own little space and you want to erect a shrine in your space, I don't see why that would be a problem.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay.
Oh
All right.
God.
Lunch is over.
Do we need to roll to see if we heard that, or is he like
He just kind of walked
chilling in
over
the
and he
corner
was.
with
Everybody's eating, doing their thing. He's just scheming a bit, Yeah, you can roll to see if you heard it. Yeah, you heard some of it. You heard all of it. You heard some of it.
Well.
Like he probably would have started choking on his food as soon as he heard the word ball.
I don't know.
So which race was that?
You didn't really hear a whole lot.
Oh,
Did I
okay.
hear ball?
Yeah.
Okay.
That would have made your ears ring a bit, yeah. That like church, and then you heard ball, and then, but you're not sure. Like you wouldn't be too sure if he was talking about like a ball in a church, or if it was a church of ball, like kind of thing. You got an 18, so I'm giving you the fact that you can put maybe one and one together, but you're not too awful sure, I put it as a 20 DC, so I'm kind of letting people kind of like teeter on there.
Yeah.
At a 12, she's across the room, so she heard muddled things about like trade and this and that, and then yeah. Okay, so it's after lunch. What are you guys gonna tackle?
I
humans.
first nudge Chukta and like point to Biscuit and be like, "Hey, did you hear what I heard? Go make sure everything's okay over there." That way, Chukta and Biscuit will talk for a minute.
Okay. I go talk to Biscuit. Biscuit, how's it going?
Huh?
Yeah. About your conversation with Flint earlier?
Yeah.
Yeah, We
just
need
wants to
to
trade
figure
some
out this
goods.
whole religious stuff before we just start saying, yeah, let's just make churches to whoever.
Well, I didn't say that he could make a church. I just said that, if he wanted to erect a shrine in his place, he could. Because, I mean, it's not my place to tell him what he can and can't believe.
True, but not all deities are good ones.
Okay.
And I'm not even saying I expect them to all be like good as in like goody two shoes. I'm just saying there are some nefarious freaking gods out there.
Yeah. Well,
The
is
one
it
he
right?
spoke of,
Well,
that's one of them.
is it right for us to act against somebody before they've even done anything wrong?
Look, I understand where you're coming from, but if he starts summoning demons from Bo, we're gonna have even more problems.
Well, if we start summoning demons from Baal, then we commit genocide, right?
That's a bit of a step.
Wow, that's a little further than I expected there, bud. But
I mean,
I love that.
Let's keep that
Well, we'll just massacre the whole race of fucking gnomes. I mean, fuck them.
I mean,
fuck 'em up. We're done.
Genocide.
They had their chance.
I mean, he is their representative. They chose him to represent them. So, if he represents the gnomes, he brings about demons into Eric's town. The gnomes have to answer for their crimes.
And slaughtering all of them is the answer to this.
But again, not all representatives are very good at representing their people as a whole, but maybe representing themselves.
I just think that excessive force tends to, set a good example.
Yeah, and then this is why humans are hated by most races, is because that's what they thought.
What? I mean,
Rovagug.
Why use sufficient force when excessive force is available?
Exactly.
We'll table this. We'll talk about it later.
Okay, we'll table it.
Okay. let's start the summit then. Now it's after lunch. I hope everyone has had sufficient food and beverage. We'll get started with the humans, and she kind of waves up Dalgus. If you wouldn't mind standing up for us. Thank you.
Oh yes, Dalgus, the admirer of Nadira. Please speak, sir.
She is one of my favorite heroines. Sorry, I had a bit too much prosecco at lunch. Yes, the humans. We have some of the greatest bars. Have you guys been to the?
Okay, you've been all right. So let's talk about the Assassins or the Thieves Guild. What would you like to tackle, sir?
Oh, yeah, those assassins, they're bad. Let me tell you, they you don't know when you're gonna go. It's best to live your life the best you can.
Okay. Glad to see you're sloshed. Do you know where the assassins are headquartered or anything about the assassins? Their name?
I know exactly where they are. So, yeah, they're in Waterdeep.
Oh, yes, that's a good start. Anywhere in particular in Waterdeep?
Definitely in the castle gates. Throughout the palace. Definitely in some of my High Council members' chambers recently.
I go down and fix his buzz for him like I do for Chukta. And then go back up. And I'm like, all right, well, let's continue on with what we were doing.
My head feels so much more clear. Yes. We were talking about the assassins. Yeah, they're a devious group. A lot of them use poisons. They're getting it from some place. I don't know exactly where. I know that I've heard the word Sawtooth McGee as a proprietor of nefarious things. He frequents the establishment of the Yawning Portal. I refuse to go anywhere near there. Besides coming here with a large entourage of my trusted knights, I refuse to go anywhere else. Like, I go from my council chambers to my room. I have my food brought to me. I have my own personal servant taste everything. Third personal servant so far. Coming here, we were attacked twice. And I fear for all of you here at this meeting today. I do not feel comfortable with the security here, but that is not here nor there. My main goals here is to establish the understanding that the black market trade goods are going through Waterdeep quite rampantly. We have no way of slowing it at the time being. As it is now, our coffers are filled full of items that we have confiscated that are illegal. Whether it be necklaces of love or daggers that are pure evil that have waged terrible, terrible things upon our lands.
I see. Yeah, so do you have any information about these assassins or any hints that we could do to get started? Send an investigation team, send people to infiltrate, try to where besides Sawtooth McGee, do you have anything else to get us started?
Yeah, you could go, talk to people in Waterdeep. He's like, they know who
Thanks.
I am. I can't really go out there and do it myself. I'm asking for help. I'm not telling you I have all the answers, because that's why I'm coming here, is I'm trying to find answers myself.
Do you have any
Deep
advisors
breath.
or people in your entourage that might be able to answer some of these questions better?
If I had people in my entourage that had ties to the Thieves Guild, the Black Market, or assassins, I'm pretty sure they wouldn't be in my entourage, if you get my drift.
Understand.
Any of them that would get a contract to kill me, yeah, let's not go there. Yeah, that's not going to work out. I'm paranoid enough as it is.
Understand.
Would he have gotten during his free time here any contacts in Waterdeep, or would he have just been during the?
He's been busy.
Yeah,
with
I know
turnips.
things. Yeah, lots of things. Okay, just double checking. So he wouldn't have it. Lily.
Lily's still hiding in her corner.
Yeah, but
Lily hasn't really decided to go out and branch out very much. So far,
she's taking in this information and thinking that she'll probably go to Waterdeep at some point and contact some people.
he would.
Right, well,
he says, "Oh, I have an idea. I have a thought here. So brothels are pretty regularly, placed throughout different towns and cities, from what I've heard. And I don't frequent them myself, but I've heard that they're a great source of information at times.
It can be.
are you going somewhere with this?
I was just thinking that, like, maybe other delegates here may know more than I. I'm just saying.
Is there anyone who would like to speak up about this issue, whether they know information or know something that could help solve?
Queen Damandred would be like, I am affronted by the concept that I would ever frequent such an establishment. Milo would be like, what's a brothel?
We all know they
Hey,
come to you, Mother. We all know they come to you.
Milo would go, what's a brothel?
We'll tell you when you're older.
The gnome would say, I can make something for that. Let's see here. Murgo would go, And the elf would just hold his head. Just hold his head.
Right. Well, I suppose
And Craig
while we
sucks on some rocks.
yeah,
What about Horkellings?
we already know that his brothels aren't underground from Lily.
He would tell you, he's like, my city is relatively clean. If you wanted to go interrogate prisoners, I have the man for that.
Well, it looks like we don't have any ties there currently, Dalgus, but we can, in the meantime, give you protection here in the city to make sure no assassins come after you. We could hire bodyguards 24/7 to stay with you and keep you protected. Is that something that
I prefer to keep my own people around me. I say this, a word to the wise to all.
Well, is there anything that we can help with in this regard? Since we don't have any, as you said, ties there yet, but we will definitely look into getting some.
Okay. I mean, if you guys want to go take contracts out on me, that's fine.
Yeah, that's what we're going. What?
Nobody's looking to do that, Dalgus.
What? She looks really confused.
He just kind of like shiftily looks around. He's paranoid. You literally took what little drugs he had taken to kind of calm himself down, and you took them away. So he's like a paranoid dude. Like,
well, it was either that or have a full explanation about how the assassin looked like a demon, or like snuck into the palace, or I'm sure he was gonna go on a long-winded rant about assassins.
No. He hasn't actually been
halfway there.
He hasn't been actually assassinated. He had it in his dream, but it's like a fuzzy dream. You know what I mean? It's just like what he thought an assassin would be like.
Assassinated. He's in front of us.
Exactly.
All right. Well, good talk, Dalgus. Next, I suppose, elves. You would come stand in the center here for us.
Yes, my lady.
All right. Well, she looks at everyone else. First order of business. He or they are looking for lost spell books. Would anyone have any of these books? Be willing to trade them back to the elves?
Milo goes, oh yeah, we got some of those. We'll trade them for some cookbooks. And you get a big smile from him, and then Queen Domandred kind of starts twiddling with her beard, staring off into space. The orcs would be like, we don't have very much in the way of arcane. What we do have are few wizards play with. I can't really speak on it. I'm a craftsman, if you get my drift. The gnomes would have been like, we've dismantled most of ours. I mean, if you really want to come by and look at it, you're more than welcome to come by and look at them. I mean, anytime anybody wants to come by and look at them. Actually, you know what? Recently, we were talking about the differences in religious aspects, and we were talking about establishing different kind of churches in different places. What is the generalized religious aspects and cultural things that we will be seeing out of Ericstown? Is it going to be founded upon a specific deity, or is it going to be multiple deities? Is there going to be a church associated? I mean, we recently got approval that we could actually erect a church here, whether it be Revagug or Ball or any of those other kind of things.
I'm sorry. Take a deep breath there.
I don't need a deep breath. Everything's quite nice.
Yeah, hold on. Let's
you
speak
might
very
want to
fast.
stop at the ball.
Let's we will discuss that when it's your turn. How's that? Let's finish the elves, and you are next, sir.
The elf? He would
no,
be like,
I'm saying we are finished with the elves. All right, now next.
You're finished with the elves? He would stand there.
When we are finished with the elves,
okay,
we will discuss with you your concerns, sir.
I love playing a gnome sometimes. Don't ever let me play a gnomish bard in a campaign. I'll tear everybody a new one.
All right,
okay.
Venereal, next. Did you have anything else? We already know about the Warforged.
We would love to be seafaring people again.
Oh, yes. Yeah, your docks.
Yep. Heard they're beautiful. Never seen them recently. Stay away from them personally. A lot of people don't come back from them.
Well, I do have some notes on what is attacking your people, and it looks to be a witcher problem. Like a witcher beast seems to have taken up residence in your.
So you're gonna send some witchers over there?
We will definitely send some over. Yeah.
He looks at the. He goes, "What about old Sicky boy over there, huh?" He looks up to the challenge.
I look at look at Gideon and I'm like, well, we'll either deal with the problem ourselves or we will send some people over there. But that is definitely something we will make sure to deal with. It is a beast, and we need to quell it before you guys can be seafaring again.
Yep, because currently we have to traverse a maze or use the arcane network, which is taxing and costly, to be able to move anything anywhere. And getting spell books to be able to bolster our defenses against whatever it is that's across the ocean to our west is a bit of a pain, if you get my drift. So if we could establish trade with other people...
Do you really have to traverse the maze each time? Couldn't you just, when you did the first time, make point right the path, draw a line on the ground or something?
Yeah, but the quickest distance between 2 points is a straight line, and getting a cart through there is a bit of a hassle, if you get my drift.
That is true. Yes.
It's not really suited for a whole horse and buggy and everything. It's kind of like maybe two people wide. It's not the greatest.
Or a minotaur. Yeah.
He fit quite nicely in the middle. Great concept, bad execution.
He did, yeah. Well, we will definitely. Gideon, you wrote this down?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. We definitely have this in our notes. We will work on taking care of that for you.
Okay.
Anything else?
I heard that the humans have basically a gold mine of spell books and components and stuff down in some kind of dungeon that they have underneath their city. It was written in with some of our ancient tomes. I figured I'd bring it up. That'd be a great place to get some.
The Mad Mage Dungeon.
Built on top of a yawning portal, yeah.
Well, Dalgus, do you have any, or have you not found any in your dungeon yet?
People bring it out all the time.
Are you willing to trade or give them to the elves?
Yeah, sure. As soon as I get the arcane network set up for us.
It looks back at the elves. Is that acceptable?
As soon as we get some spell books.
How about we set up the arcane network so you can go get the spell books?
We have a very small one. We can transport 1 to 2 people. But they're wanting a much more expansive thing. And
how big of a network do you guys want then? It looks at Dalgus.
1 to each city.
You have more than one city?
Well, not the human cities, but I would like one in the dwarves, one in the, each one of the different,
that would
factions.
be helpful, yes.
Yeah, would be really nice.
Looks
possibly
back at
to
the
move
elves.
at least, a small group of maybe 50 people at a time. That'd be nice.
50? I see why this is a problem.
Yeah. Well, think
what
about
would that
trade.
take? Yes,
Why do you
that
need
would
to
be.
move 50 people at a time?
That sounds like a raid party.
Well, if you're able to move 50 people, think about a horse is basically 4 people. A cart is a certain amount of people. The wares is a certain amount of people. So if you had 50, it's going to get eaten up relatively quickly. So if we're going to try to be able to trade our wares and things that we've made with other nations and be able to move people back and forth, especially with Bardic College going on, we need to be able to move enough people and enough stuff to be able to get stuff done.
Well, I thought until... well... Never mind.
And everybody else would be like, raiding party. We've seen this
That's exactly
before.
What would it take to get a set up for at least one horse cart, a goods transport between cities in all the cities.
You're asking Dalgus, or you're asking?
No, the elf.
At least 5 good spell books, and then we could send out our mages, because we would. How you say this? Give and take with the amount of people we have for being able to write in the arcane, and people who can study the arcane. And if we don't have the spell components and we don't have the knowledge, we won't be able to do this.
Is that 5 books per city or 5 books in general?
5 books per city, please.
Are you just saying that because I asked?
Are you just questioning me because I went with it?
Yeah, I am. Because if you only need the 5 to make
the travel
whole
between
setup.
Well, you have to take into account travel, cost of the travel, the people that we're going to be losing for that extended period of time. 5 books per city would be relatively logical.
Go anywhere else.
And some cities don't even have books.
Well, I mean, everybody has the opportunity to be able to go and find these things. I mean, the halflings are willing to trade us for cookbooks. I mean, come on.
They have books.
They have the books.
Right.
Or let's ask, okay? Murgo.
Yep.
Do you have any books for the elves that are elvish, like spell books?
We don't have any elvish, but we have books.
Do you have any spell books?
I ain't allowed to read them.
See. Craig.
Yeah.
Do you have any spell books that you'd be willing to
no,
to
dirty
trade with
nasty
the elves?
things. Still thoughts. Nope. Haven't seen
There
them.
you go. Like we can't get them all from all the races.
He would be like, I really don't care about going to the goblins. Like, both him and Dalgus would be like, so, yeah.
They are part of our alliance.
You're right.
They need that trade network.
do they? I mean, what?
Yes,
not to point out the low hanging fruit in the room, but what are they bringing to the table exactly?
Fertilizer for the crops. Thank you very much.
Fertilizer for what crops? Like, who's getting crops out of this? Because we haven't seen any fertilizer for any of our crops. When's the last delegation of fertilizer for the elven crops showed up? I don't think it has.
Would you
have like one dude with a backpack.
I can definitely send a delegate for you.
No. We're not saying we need fertilizer for the crops. We have plenty of our own. Dalgus is like, we're overran with plenty of fertilizer where we're at.
Well, just because they are a race that doesn't have much doesn't mean that they can't still join us in the alliance.
I didn't say they couldn't join us. I'm just saying we don't need an arcane network for shit.
What if they need help? They flee from their location.
They are like a flea. They're like.
Let's not insult other races in the alliance summit.
Okay.
What we need to do is we need to prioritize which nations get the arcane network set up.
That sounds wonderful. So the halflings get it first.
Because they have the books and they're willing to trade you.
Well, you would get 2 birds with 1 stone. You'd get the gnomes too.
That is true.
And they said that they were willing to share all of their knowledge and everything with us also. So we definitely would suggest them first. And Dalgus would be very upset about the concept.
Well, we cannot force you to set up certain places first. That would be up to you as the purveyor of the teleportation network. But we would highly recommend putting a teleportation network in each of the races before how long does this take? The end of the month before.
Well,
if at all possible.
It's gonna take us weeks to be able to get between us and them with enough components and all. And the orcs would also say something along the lines of like, what about the Bard at College? I mean, think about it. I mean, laughter is the best medicine. And medicine is just like magic. So therefore...
We've already sorted the situation with the Bard at College.
But an arcane network would be able to allow us to establish it that much faster.
And that's also going to be considered misuse of the arcane network. It's for emergency uses.
Emergency uses, but the humans are trying to use it for moving.
That's what caravans are for.
But that's what we are establishing it for also, is being able to move stuff so we don't have to go through a maze.
What's the cost of activating the arcane network, Venereal?
It's 1,000 gold pieces each time.
And
What?
Are you? Yeah, exactly. It's for emergency purposes.
One large diamond crushed.
Yes. So that said, I believe that it would be best used for emergency purposes only, not for trade, not for travel.
But
I would also suggest
over a night, a group of bards in the right town could be able to move between towns. It could be a traveling caravan of bards.
Are you going to personally finance every travel of the bards?
No, I will not. But I'm just saying, if there was a
who?
nice grouping of orcs and they were very good and skilled in their craft, I mean, they could amass that.
Then by all
quickly.
means, you shell out 1,000 gold every time they want to move. Otherwise, I believe we've already established that they will be able to spread the Bardic College.
Look at how Biscuit has grown.
Yeah, I had to break character to stop this nonsense.
I'm irritating Johnny. I'm irritating everybody.
Yeah.
All right, so I'll let that petal off. I'm sorry.
I would like to recommend that the places that they build the arcane network first or be places that are not next to the elvish place, like farther away ones that might need to flee. You know, that the halflings and gnomes are one of the closest people to the elves already.
Yeah, and the goblins. I would probably start with seeing how the what is it? The gnomes have the books.
The humans have books and the halflings.
Well, if you remember back when we actually went to the Human Council, they already have a network to the humans.
They do.
So, that said, all that they would need to do is establish one with the gnomes, because they have the books. And then after that, I would seek probably the dwarves.
Work whoever's closest, and then work your way out.
I would do the farthest one first, but that's up to the elves.
Yeah, I would pretty much, it's up to the elves between the orcs and the dwarves. But it's the elves' decision as to which one gets done first.
He would he would directly speak to the queen. He'd be Queen Domandred, you've been quiet this entire time. Do you have nothing to say?
Has books. She has books.
And she would look at him and she'd say, for your raiding party? I'm already giving up most of my workforce. Are you going to bring more workers? She's looking at Current when she says it.
No, she is. If you could see me in person, I'm looking away from my.
We've already established the
right
possibility of using necromancy to replace your workforce with
dead people.
And you're also not even giving up half of them.
And eventually, we would like to see the full replacement of your indentured servants with the undead.
So we're going to be an undead necropolis of workers.
Or just perhaps...
They're for the mines, are they not?
Where are all the dwarves that do the work?
Yeah, perhaps expand with our own people and don't work on the backs of basically slaves.
I mean, don't you
we
have
use
dwarven
indentured
pride?
servants here.
I know what you use.
Don't you have dwarven pride? I mean...
Your raw materials are raw
Dwarves used to be
materials.
the best craftsmen, but if you're relying on others to do all the work,
Excuse me,
Uh,
raw materials
and
can be worked.
And you get raw materials
Current
from the
is getting
kobolds, do you not?
steamed. She is looking like angry now. Just like
Well, it's
deliberately not.
how
talking.
could you be upset when you were there? You knew of this. You're the one who was throwing around your money for months now, gallivanting across the country.
I did not know many things. The teachings of our God are work together in peace, in harmony with other races.
And we
How
have
was I
since
to
the
know
war.
that you're holding them, and you need to release them back to the people? I thought they were living happily with us.
They are living happily with us. They don't ever fight. They don't ever do anything wrong. They just
That means
work.
nothing.
I know nothing.
That doesn't mean that they don't want to leave. We can't force them. Do you not follow the teachings
Yeah.
of your own God?
Everyone
So
has
you-
to trudge through shit to get to the other side.
And we're trying to equally bear the burden of trudging.
sounds to me like your mother is being a hoarder of resources and doesn't want to give up anything.
People are
towards the
not
cause.
She's a
resources.
dwarf!
People are not resources.
Oh, she's a dwarf.
Of course she thinks that other races are resources. She sees everything as resources.
See,
she's-
if Current wasn't
she-
following the God that she did, then that might be different. But this God deliberately says,
Oh, I know.
Yeah,
And-
and that's why I'm bringing up the fact that we've already established, resources coming from the kobolds.
And that's one of the reasons why she doesn't have an entry servants of kobolds, because they work freely, not freely, but openly for her. And so she'd say, "Fine, we will give up our. We will give 10 books."
Okay, that secures the network to the dwarves in case of emergencies.
Yes, emergencies only. Only enough for 10 people.
Mm.
We will have it guarded.
I expect no less.
I can't blame you on this one.
Yeah.
Alright.
I thought reading party too, honestly.
I love the fact that I was able to try to slide that in and see if you guys would
I
pick
already-
up on it.
I already knew, like, as soon as he said, like, 50 people, I
50?
went,
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
That's why I rolled
That's a raiding
dice.
party.
I didn't roll high enough.
And nobody brought it up back up to Dalgas, and he's like, "I'm affronted." Like,
Yep.
Don't worry, Adalgas. We all keep each other in check here.
but he's like, I'm being serious with, like, we could use this for trade. The concept.
1,000 gold each time it's activated.
Therefore, you need to have enough stuff to compensate for it. The general markup of value for these items used.
If you don't have good wares on one cart to make up for your money, then what kind of product are you delivering?
If I'm selling, let's say, just wines, some of the best human wines we've ever made. Of course, the elf scoffs,
Mhm.
but whatever. Fuck the elf. You know it was going to happen. I knew it was going to happen. The best human wines, which of course the orcs would love, and of course the orcs would be like, "Yeah, of course." Or spices for the halflings. You're looking at one cart can hold like 600 pounds. But you're looking at 600 pounds being then taxed 1,000 against the whole cart's entirety.
Mhm.
That's basically putting
But-
an embargo
If you're going
on
to use
human
that
trade. You're putting
network-
an embargo on human trade.
No, if you're going to use that specific network for trading, then yes, it's going to cost more for the trade. They'd
But
have to
if you
want
were
it and
to-
want to pay more for it.
Yeah.
Split it 50-50 for delivery. But you could still deliver without the network.
Yeah, and we still have to pay for an entire caravan of guards, which is still close to 1,000 gold pieces.
So
Well,
then the
maybe this
cost
is
the
something-
same.
Maybe this is something we can think about upgrading in the future. That can be something that's tabled, or we can bring it up in the next alliance meeting. Just
And
keep it in
trust
mind.
needs to be established.
Yeah,
If we
trust.
don't do-
I agree.
Yes. We need to develop trust first. Then we can develop expanding our trades and stuff like that as trust grows.
Okay. Okay.
All right. Venarial, is there anything else you wanted to add before we moved on to the next group?
You all now have chlamydia.
He says, "Nope, I missed the sea."
All right. Well, next group is the gnomes. All right,
Gracious lords and ladies.
Oh god. Continue.
Let me grab some water. It's gonna take a second here. Let me scroll down to my notes. Scroll down to my notes. Scroll down to my notes. Well, as you guys know, we've had a lot of problems with a lot of our people being taken by the drow and sucked away from us, and it's caused us to have to be able to branch out into multiple other different things. So some of the different things we've been doing is trying to figure out how to mine things and get things without too much effort, and blasting has been working out really well, but of course it pisses off the drow quite a lot. So what we've been doing is we started working with some of the other monsters that have been procured through different ways, and some of the things might have kind of got away from us in the shape of small things that are maybe the size of a gold piece that then infested somebody else's lands, and we really are sorry about that. Queen Domadred. But moving on, recently we were talking to some of you guys, and you guys accepted our wonderful request to throw in a church here, so that's been really great for us.
Hold on. We never agreed to give you a church.
Biscuit said we could.
Yeah, I said you could put a shrine in your own space, not a whole fucking church.
Everybody else has a different area here. The dwarves built the area. There is a entire two kobold houses. There's a dragonborn house, and we figured we could erect a small church for the gnomes.
Actually, these are just resident homes. These are not specifically dragonborn house or a kobold's house. These are resident homes. We live here.
So you have no churches amongst your godless here.
We have one church.
We have one church. Is it only dedicated to one god?
That has no dedication currently. It's open for anyone.
A non-denominational church? Yeah, it did.
Interesting.
Take that.
It's open for anyone to pray to any god, but it is not meant to be dedicated specifically to a god.
So you openly allow people to eat the dead flesh of other beings inside of there in denominations of Revagug? You actively allow people to murder people for the acts of Baal?
It's only for praying. It's not for doing acts. You can only try to talk.
It's kind of like a meditation chamber.
Yes, it's like a meditation area.
So you could meditate on the ideas of eating dead flesh and the ideas of killing someone. You could
you're gonna do it at
premature
home
homicide.
It's not like we can stop you from thinking.
Okay, just making sure we're ironing out all the different concepts and parts and pieces of this entire operation.
However, if you act upon these things, then we have a problem.
Oh. Okay.
That is a very big problem.
Has anybody actually looked at the scripts and rules, regulations, and laws of Ericstown? I don't think there is a charter. I didn't see one on the way in.
It's in the works.
To provide a charter to you in a fortnight.
Very good.
Figure do unto others as you would want done to you would be, a good start. Don't kill people, don't steal.
Well,
normal.
Depending upon your factions and your alliances and how you want to live your life, it's all part of it. P's and Q's. Yeah. Besides, the general needing arcane materials. Monster parts, Witcher stuff. Kind of already made that a point. Yeah, the drow problem,
Well, perhaps you can trade with the dwarves for some of your technology.
So we were also talking to Biscuit about maybe a little bit of trade of technologies and stuff like that, and he said that he would be a great proprietor of goods. The problem is being able to move those goods between here and Ericstown is kind of a pain. And moving it along, he said he would help us by running a caravan. So I think that him helping us run a caravan back and forth would be really great.
When did Biscuit tell you all this?
When we were talking just a little bit ago.
I don't recall all of that.
I wasn't talking to you.
It doesn't matter. There are ears here.
Well, clearly.
And to clear the air, I said that you could trade whatever you wanted, provided you could come to an agreement with the buyer on whether it be for what denomination of currency or for bartering.
Oh, kind of like you gave me the bowstring.
Yes, I traded you that in exchange for an agreement.
True. Okay. Well, other than that, like I said, anybody's welcome to come by, check out our wares, check out and see what we got going on. Bring by all of your different parts and pieces and stuff. I know that the dwarves want their arcane forge, but of course we could use the arcane materials for much more things. We could even solve the whole dwarven problem with being able to mine stuff if we just had enough materials. But of course, it all comes back down to raw materials, manning, of course, and getting all the other parts and pieces in play.
Right.
Well, trade looks. If anyone wants to trade for these materials, kind of looks around the room. Speak up now. Otherwise, the trade will have to be shelved, as no one would have any currently. All right. Looks like no one's trading right now.
No.
Thank you for coming up to speak. Next, we have Crag.
Craggy old boy.
Yes.
Yeah, what's up with these turnips?
So.
Sounds just like Crag. Good job.
So a guy comes by to get turnips regularly from the goblins.
I didn't know you grew turnips.
If you use the term baby goblins as turnips, it sounds better.
So you're openly admitting to giving your children away to some strange man?
They're not mine.
They're not mine.
You're openly admitting to trading children to some strange man for what now?
So he doesn't kill us all, which is nice.
Can you describe this strange man?
Yes. He's tall, long shanks, crooked fingers. Yep. Grabs them with crooked fingers. They're screaming. They bite him. He goes, "Arr!" Let's see here. Long shanks, hairy face, horns, creaky cart.
Color beard? What color beard?
Black.
He would know Tim.
Yeah,
He
I know.
would be able
He's
to
just,
tell it's
but
Tim.
it's Crag, So he's gonna be like, Blackbeard, Tim. He says, arcane things. They're gonna feed my pets and train them. In his best Tim impression. King Eiffel tells me to be quiet about it and not tell anybody. And if he finds out anybody knows, I'm gonna get in a lot of trouble. So I don't want to really tell anybody.
So why are you telling us?
Because I don't want them to take all of them.
You're saving your people, I see.
Yes, I'm saving my people.
She just nods like, yeah, I got it.
What are you saving them for?
Because baby goblins? Baby turnips?
See,
Because we
Well,
want to
well-
trade.
cast detect evil at any point during this summit.
Yeah, that's the
I
question.
have not. I have not. Why would I do? Like, what would be the point? I would see evil everywhere.
You do it with your own party, but when it comes to the summit of strangers,
No, because
oh,
as
no.
soon as I cast detect evil, it'd be like evil's in front of you everywhere. Because like, you know how many people are in this room? You know, like, pretty sure there's at least like 6 evil people just spread around the room randomly. You know, like. I didn't do like if I had gone to the tavern, I wouldn't have done there either because there's just so many people. You can't tell.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so the evil Tim, I suppose, is what we're calling him now, is kidnapping or threatening the goblins. Do you want to seek safety with us away from where he knows you guys live?
Nope, I gotta go back.
Okay. So, what would you like us to do, Crag? So weird.
Stop Tim.
You do realize Tim is probably very strong. I don't think we're up to fighting him currently, but in the future, it is our plan to confront the man. It's not gonna be soon.
That's fine. Just remember, all the turnips that are taken are just on your hands. It's all good. No problem. Lots of little turnips.
That is a Crag thing to say. It's your fault.
I went out on a limb. I said my things. I shouldn't have said other things. He'll probably find me and kill me now. It's okay.
Do you want to stay with us, Crag?
Nope. If I don't go back, he'll be suspicious. Hand to the king.
Right. Well, thank you for telling us, and we will do our best to
Stop
find
dead
and
baby
stop.
killing.
Stop the yeah.
Yeah.
We'll do our best.
Yep. Every day.
All those poor children.
All of them. Your fault now, not mine.
Your fault now.
I'm sure you've been racked with guilt.
So much. Just kind of stares off. There we go. I'm trying to think of how Crag would play too.
Yeah. That's the so much was very much Craig. Like, yep.
You're welcome.
So guilty.
Yep. I feel so bad. So bad. It's your fault now. I don't have to feel bad now.
Except he didn't feel bad in the first place. He only felt upset that he couldn't kidnap them.
He couldn't take the kid.
Yeah,
that's what I'm trying to get at. So I'm
Yep.
trying to make it where it's like he's encroaching on my territory kind of thing. Like, hey, I can't get anything going because he's kind of got to go. I had a good thing going on, then he kind of came in, you know, but he can't really say that. So he's just like, yeah, so bad things, bad guy, fix
I
it.
have a question for you at DM. When Crag was murdered by Tim, what color beard was Tim's beard? Was he murdered by the black bearded Tim, or was it a different Tim?
We'll say it's a black bearded one. That'd be fun.
So he's already been killed by this Tim before.
Yeah, so he's already an undead dead thing, and he's just kind of like sitting there, like, yeah, I ain't going there. Like, I've already been deaded once.
Yep.
I don't want to be re-deaded.
Yep. Well. All right. Well, next, actually, the last group we have Halflings.
Hi.
Hello. So first we'll talk about the cookbooks, because I know you've already gotten some from the elves as a trade. agreement.
Mhm.
Does anyone else want to send the elves, or not elves? I'm sorry, the halflings some cookbooks?
Everybody kind of just waves their hand, you know, like, uh-huh.
I could give them a really good biscuit recipe.
Ooh, are they like Grandma Took's biscuits?
Yep.
Boy. Pots,
I'm a-
pans.
Yes, you just find a cookie book.
And of course, we'd really appreciate it if you'd get rid of the, haunted house on the hill.
Yep.
Chukta had a suggestion earlier. Did you try burning it?
Oh,
Yep.
I was thinking if we just torch the building,
Yep,
it'd be
it
great.
regrows.
It regrows. Well, then just block it off so nobody can go in.
Did you check if it was a giant mimic?
Yeah. Have you ever took a halfling and told them they can't go somewhere?
No. Put a very educational placard in front of it saying exactly what you guys know will happen
Have
to them
you
if they
ever
regrow it.
told a halfling it can't do something?
No. You're not telling them they can't. You're just giving them an educated option.
Have you ever tried to educate a halfling about something that they can't do? We're trying not to, gain any
maybe
more.
It's not a matter they can't do it. Maybe you just tell them, well, you're pretty stupid if you do.
Okay, tell a kinder that they're stupid for doing something.
Like, he's sitting here looking at you like, so we're going over the weeks of up till now that we've been trying, and we're just losing more people because of curiosity. And the more we try to tell people not to do it, the more people we lose. So we just kind of ignore it now. But
what's the most boring thing to a halfling?
Being in this meeting.
Okay,
it's
a portal to
the abyss.
No, I would say that it was a portal to to a long I can't speak.
Civilization?
No, it's a philosophical discussion about the details of pairs. No, not pairs.
Pairs would be a good thing.
Yeah, pairs would be a good thing. A philosophical discussion on
mathematics.
The laws of mathematics.
Mathematics, great. Yeah. I like that.
I would put placard that on the outside. This is, the meeting for the discussion of that. That way all the halflings are just like, ugh.
But not everybody hates math.
Well, again, what is the most boring possible thing for a halfling besides this meeting?
They're still going to be curious about what's going on in the meeting. It doesn't matter what meeting it is, they're still going to sit in a little locked box and listen.
Exactly.
See?
I start looking around for Lily.
You don't see her. And you're like, ah. Again, he's like, there is no way to fix this unless you guys fix it. I'm pleading. We are losing people to this thing. It's taking them.
What if you shrouded it in permanent darkness?
Yep, and now they're curious why there's permanent darkness
It'd be a challenge, yeah.
Now we go in blind. We're going dark. Like,
whoop, 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 whoop.
Yeah.
I'm trying to avoid the idea of going in there because it doesn't sound like a good idea to go in there.
Maybe you should be a halfling.
I am not, thankfully.
Well, we can write it down as something we can try to get people to investigate. So
we don't have a problem with that where I'm at. People want to investigate, but you guys don't. So I'm gonna wait for the rest of my people to die, and I'll sit over here with my cookbooks that we'll be getting. Thank you for, sentencing the rest of us to death. I appreciate that.
I told you we'd get people to investigate. That means,
now I'm gonna specify this is out of character, just so you don't hold it against me. It sounds like we're just weeding out the really stupid ones, so it might be better for your civilization as a whole in the long run for all these idiots to go in there and die.
That's
We'll just breed a smarter breed of
See,
halfling.
I think I've went full circle now. I think I finally.
Eugenics.
I think I
We
finally
find
went. No, 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 no,
Back to
no,
the genocide thing again.
no. I have went from playing evil characters to playing Biscuit, who's a good character, and now I'm back on the evil side because of
you're
this
done with the
shit.
summit.
Yeah, like I have went full circle. Like I'm back to like just exterminate them. It's the easiest way.
Okay.
No. You went from genocide to eugenics.
Yeah.
That's a step.
All right. So
Well-
we're gonna go ahead and say that if you're already at day 3, right?
This
Yeah.
is day 2, so we're gonna be at day 3 soon.
Okay. So that's pretty much everybody, right?
Yeah, we went through everybody's problems.
Yep.
All right. Cool. So you're gonna release everybody for the thing.
Yep, everyone's released for the night.
Okay, this time there isn't any parties. Everybody just kind of goes back to their rooms. Everybody's deep in thought about a lot of the big projects and problems and stuff like that. Do I need to bring up the map for anybody? For Trixie's, going to Trixie's, what are you guys doing?
Well, if nobody else is going to go party, then Shoot is going to go home.
Lily's gonna probably go talk to Current and try to give her impressions on the things that she witnessed, such as her insights onto the human delegation. Like that's like her main focus right now. She's very focused on these human delegations. So they want a bigger party to be able to go through these portals, but yet they fully admit to having assassin issue.
Yeah.
It sounds a little dubious.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, until we trust them more minimally, we aren't gonna be agreeing on those bigger portals unless they make a trade with the elves separately, I suppose.
Okay.
And the hobbits, well, I'm sorry, but they can, they can breathe themselves out of stupidity, I think.
It doesn't work anymore.
What doesn't work anymore?
Whoop. There it went. Yeah, it just draws an arrow now. I have to use the... Okay, everybody put your characters. This is where they're going to be for the night.
I would like to pray to my god to see if I'm doing the right thing.
Lily goes home.
And Shoot is just going to be in anguish and say, "Oh, Akatosh, why the fuck you do this to me? And why in the hell am I dealing with politics?"
Biscuit's going. Where is? Yep.
Okay. Craig is going to go into the alchemist place. Alright, so we're going to put you guys... Alright, so I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 players. Oh, I should probably do it in the dice tower. There
I
we
should
go.
probably let you know that I am actually going to bed.
Okay.
Night.
Good night. I made the let's see, the summit meeting notes. I made them public, and you should be able to edit them. I didn't lock them.
Okay.
Yes, it should be up
It's
to-
read only.
How
But-
do I change that?
I have no idea. So we'll just put our notes somewhere else if it doesn't work. and then-
Addendum. Addendum notes.
Hey, go to the lock.
Yeah, there
Yeah,
should be
Go
a
to the lock and
top
right
right
click and
button.
unlock it.
It says read
Well-
only, top right.
Let's see.
You right click it, you might be able to unlock it.
Yeah, it says unlocked for me.
That's fine. We'll make a new note with an addendum and work with from there.
Oh, I can
Okay.
unclick public. Bloop, bloop.
Well, that doesn't change anything. It was public to begin with. It just we can't edit it.
Okay.
Mm.
Kragos will shout you something, message.
Ooh.
Or do you want me to re-roll?
That's a tough one.
It's your choice.
That would be an interesting, like, let's see, high or low.
High. We always go high.
Greg's going to the 10.
Oof. Well, I guess so.
Re-roll or no?
Well, you said high, so don't re-roll.
Okay. So, biscuits at the tavern, right?
Yep.
Craig's at the tavern. Everybody's getting ready to go to sleep. You talk to your god, roll me a percentile, and you get an 8% chance your god responds.
Even with the Witcher thing?
10% chance. No. Yeah, 8%. Okay, you got a 7, it responds.
Sweet. What does he say?
What did you pray for?
Am I doing the right thing? Should I continue doing this? Like, people are only out for themselves kind of thing?
That's what people do. And yeah, you're doing the right thing. Like, if anybody's doing the right thing, you're doing the right thing. It's not easy, it's going to be hard. You're just going to have to persevere. You'll be fine. You're doing the right things.
Alright, then that's all Current wants, then, to the night.
Okay. Okay, Lily,
And
what are you doing?
I want to know if Akatosh responds to him.
No.
Where's the human
Never
delegation?
expects it.
Human delegation?
Is he staying at Trixie's?
Yeah.
I'm going to attempt to. I'm just basically just spying on him
Okay. You go there
and his delegation. See if I can gather any information about any assassins after him, or if he is part of the assassins, or whatever.
Okay, you go there, you see him getting drunk. All of his people are kind of around him because of his being paranoid, because she basically took away his little bit of drugs he was taking. Keep him from being so...
Crag is super stealthy.
Super stealthy.
Okay. I'm looking for the thing. Don't see the thing. I don't know where it went. I guess I'll have to just roll again. Let's see here. Sorry, Kragos. It looks like you might get a free time off. Nope, found it.
Damn.
Oh, neat. That's great. Might get a 2-for-1 on this one. So, Craig, what's Craig doing?
Just kind of sneaking into the tavern and see what he could steal.
Okay, he sees tavern food, a locked box chained to the floor, the goose.
Basically, of all the delegates, he's gonna try and steal shit from them.
He's gonna try to steal the goose.
You're competing with the goose.
Yeah, you're definitely competing with the goose, and he's going to be basically chasing you around, honking at you.
He can see me. He's good.
He's a magical goose of Tim.
Yeah, magical goose.
He's the magical goose of tin.
I'd like to steal all of the goose's shit and then leave the tavern. That's
Okay,
what I want to do.
you get 2 handfuls of goose shit.
Like,
Yeah, I was gonna say literal goose shit.
like all the money, you know, he's collected, that kind of stuff.
Oh, he
That
gets.
goes into lockbox. You get.
Yeah.
Are you stealing the goose's food?
Yeah, literally, there's goose food.
I'm stealing all of the money he's collected, and then to be spiteful, all his food.
Okay, you're gonna have to roll while being looked at by Trixie.
Hey, he can't see me at 31. Trixie's no way.
No,
I got
if
a
you're getting
crit.
honked at by a goose, Trixie's gonna look at you. Okay, roll. Okay, you unlock it, and there's 500 gold in there.
All right, well, takes it and runs.
Okay, you take basically all of Trixie's money, and you're gonna run away.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Damn, that's cold.
Well, seeing how we lost one person, it moves the order down. So, where are you gonna go?
Just kind of chill out in the grass, I guess. He has no place to sleep, so he's
Okay,
He's just
moving
walking
wherever
around
you're
looking
moving
for-
him.
looking around for children to kidnap, I suppose. He doesn't have to sleep, so like he's just patrolling.
Roll gold pockets.
Full of gold, yeah.
Okay.
Just wandering around.
As you get over there, a beholder is summoned to assassinate
there
a
is.
person.
Of course it is.
Well, it's not my choice. I rolled, and it was gonna be Biscuit, but then I had to re-roll because we got rid of one person off the counter. I re-rolled, and I got a 3, so I counted from left to right on my
Yeah.
on the thing.
Yep.
And okay. So while he's asleep, no, he doesn't sleep. So he's just laying in the grass.
Yeah, he's just laying there.
Okay, he's gonna use disintegration. On Craig.
So in case you ever wanted to play Crag again, guess what?
Craig saved,
Okay.
so we're good. For
He
now.
has 9 eye stalks.
Great.
Yeah.
Why is Chukta saving for dexterity?
Sorry, wrong person. Let me re-roll that.
Of course. By 1.
Ooh.
Ow!
Ugh.
Dang.
That's alright. He dies all the time.
Him dead, Jim.
That's 2 eye stalks.
Well, he's dead. He was sent as an assassin by a certain black-haired individual. There's literally just a burnt spot. He used Death Ray.
You've been killed by Tim again.
Great. Not surprised.
Okay.
I mean, he did reveal the secret of Tim, so
Yeah, maybe.
Tim's
Yeah.
like, well, screw that.
Maybe he'll be
Bam!
revived later. He's been revived just so many times. Like that's literally part of his character sheet. So.
I mean, I could use the other eye stalks to use disintegration on a dead body, which would literally render him gone.
Yeah, but would the beholder do that?
What was
Beholders.
the beholder's
If it's
purpose?
already
Was it
dead,
just
like
to kill it? Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, you're right. So the next morning arises. Everybody wakes up. You hear a shriek from inside of the town from a kobold that's got a backpack filled full of shit. He's been emptying out the latrines.
Why is the
And-
kobold doing?
Or not the kobold, the other goblin.
Oh,
And I'll say that whoever I guess Chukta would be the first person to recognize the scream.
Well, yeah, that would make sense.
He's heard him scream so many times.
Yeah, from your Palico fighting with him and biting him and everything and washing him. You go out there.
Well, of course I go have to find dude.
And when you go out there, you see a frozen, or not frozen, a dead crag.
What
A
the hell?
Dead crag. And
Shit, Goblin, what happened?
a large circle where the grass has been basically vaporized in a black circle.
Shit, Goblin, what happened?
I come out here, him dead.
Do we have like an alarm bell in our city yet?
No.
No, we don't.
If we did, I would ring it. All the time. Palico bite me. You give me wash. Alarm! Wash time! Shit goblin gonna be clean.
Okay. Shit, Goblin, go get current.
Shit goblin go get current. Dude. Nope, that's Craig. Craig's now shit goblin.
Next up, shit goblin.
You hear a knock at the door, a squishy knock at the door.
It's alright, Steven answers.
Steven! Shit goblin, need talk current. You hear, current!
Alright, wakes up and walks over to the door. Yeah, yes?
Chukta need you.
Okay, where?
Just past Alchemist. Before you get to shit farm.
Okay, well, I guess it's urgent if you're here at the middle of the night, day, morning, whatever time
Morning.
this is.
Yeah.
Gotta walk on the path.
Yeah, you get there, and you see Chukta standing over a dead crag.
Oh.
Yeah. This isn't good. One of our delegates is dead.
Yeah, that isn't good, especially because he mentioned Tim.
And you'd see Shit Goblin come up, go, this gonna happen to me?
I don't think so.
Is it bad? I just wanted to say yes, run away. Craig's coming out.
Continue with your duties, Shit Goblin.
Me go get more shit. He just walks off like, what the fuck ever. Alright, Shit Goblin go!
I'm gonna investigate and see if I can figure out what killed him exactly. I know there's a circle, but like, what was it? Do I know what a beholder is / looks like the kill?
I'll give it a roll. Why not? Yeah, I don't know dick.
You would guess that somebody summoned something in this area and sent it as an assassin against something. Your investigation would reveal that there is what the fuck would a beholder leave behind? A little bit of ooze or sweat from it, laying on the ground.
Okay, I bottle it?
It's, yeah, you barely get a little bit and scoop it up off of a leaf and stick it inside of a vial.
Okay, what do we do about his body? Do we just give it back to the goblins for them to
You take it to
bury?
the church and see if there's any clerics willing to revive him.
I mean, you're less than a block away from the church and graveyard.
That's true. That's true. It's probably expensive. I go and pick him up and then go into the church and see if anyone was willing to revive him.
I'll give you a
I'd follow.
50-50 on that.
Okay.
High or low?
Hi.
Okay, if it's high, there is somebody.
Nope.
There's nothing.
They look at you and go, he's been dead for a while. He stinks.
That was just
No,
how he
no,
normally
he's
is.
just a goblin. He's just a goblin.
Oh, well,
Alright,
he's
so
been
why
dead
Always
for
try to save Crag.
I suppose we
no, like
get...
he's been dead for a long while. Like
What are
he's
you
been
talking about? I
rotting.
just talked to him yesterday.
Okay, well, it doesn't change the fact that he's been dead for like a year.
How? What? Was he like
What?
a zombie? Controlled by He didn't seem like a zombie.
They kind
It's
of
actually the
lift
most
up his little
intelligent
jacket,
goblin
and you
I've
see
ever
that
met.
he's missing like parts. Like there's a small mouse living in there, kind of thing.
Oh.
Whoa.
Dead mouse now. They just kind of look at you like he was an undead dead thing.
Yeah, yeah.
Shukta just like looks up Akatosh. Is this your shit again?
Well, I suppose we give Shit Goblin Crag's body to bring back to the goblins?
I mean, did he come with any other goblin entourage?
Yeah, he came
or
with two
just him?
other shit goblins.
Well, then
they
I
had-
guess
they had
yeah,
things to
send them
share.
back with them.
So you're gonna make them travel across the entire continent with a dead body, with roaming monsters, to return a undead dead goblin.
That
They're
was the
people.
plan.
That's you break.
They're
you bring
just
their
giving
body
him
back
the body to make their own decision what to
Right.
do with him.
Oh,
What is goblin tradition for?
they would eat it, but he's an undead dead thing. So they
Yeah.
both are like,
So I
Hey,
think
they just kind of look at you like, we don't want that.
Yeah, so we're gonna.
All right,
Give
we'll
him
just
to the-
bury it in this grave right here. Actually, his
That's too dead for
grave
even
is
for
gonna
us.
be. This is his grave right here.
Yep, just dig a hole. A shallow,
There
drain.
lies Crag until he's revived again.
Yeah, next campaign. There's thousands of Crags like there's thousands of Tims. You never know what you're gonna get. Okay, and then you hear the.
We
You
should
kind
probably
of
at least let the shit goblins know so they can stand up in his place.
I don't think anyone really cared for what the goblins have to say, to be honest with you.
It's not my fault. They're shit goblins.
Either way.
All right,
Yeah,
so
Goblins give so much.
Well, now they don't give anything.
Nope.
Well,
Not
back
even
to
turnip.
the. I suppose we'll still get shit from them.
shit goblins will continue to shit. Kragos, you dodged a bullet. A legit bullet.
Good thing Crag was there.
Right?
So the next morning,
Crag is just asks to be murdered. That's just what Crag is.
Well, to be fair, his first time getting murdered was on his own accord.
He's gotten murdered many times, yeah.
He
so
murdered himself.
That is true.
the next morning, everybody kind of falls in. They kind of start looking around. They're like, "Why does it smell so nice?"
Smells better.
Would like everyone to know that there is one person missing here. He is dead. We found his body this morning.
Someone summoned something after him. We don't know if it was for him specifically or he just caught unaware, but the goblin delegation has been murdered. So you all don't have to sit over there anymore. First of all.
Anyway,
I would think that the human would actually be even more fucking paranoid at this
Oh
point.
yeah,
this
yeah,
is
yeah,
the
yeah.
thing,
He's
yeah.
like, so how long are we planning on like doing this? Like, I need to kind of get back. We got things going on, you know. Hi.
well, I think I left some laundry out.
I have a
At
cat to
any
wash.
point, are we gonna At any point, are we going to bring up the Council of Ericstown to rule the countryside or whatever?
We're gonna like the alliance. One person from each is gonna be like on the council. That's just how.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but that's never been
yeah.
brought up in
No.
this situation. Okay.
Okay, so he's like, can we wrap this up? You know, hey, got things, you know?
Yeah, with the recent events, I believe it best that you all return to your own cities for your own safety.
So we got to come up and basically tell you the same things you could have heard if we'd have, you know.
No, you came here so you could all come together and see each other together.
Oh.
That's what the whole purpose of this delegation is about. The
You were always
Ericstown delegation is so we can be one people in this continent.
At Ericstown.
Well,
everywhere.
you would all have representatives, of course, yes.
Milo says, good fun orc cuisine. The cookbooks will be great. Queen Damodred says, yeah, I get to give up most of my workforce. In exchange, I get to have an arcane teleporter, so then that way we can have a small raiding party, be able to be invited
And
into our
rebuild
depths.
your arcane forge.
Oh, yeah.
So I want you to look at the positives, Auntie.
Yeah, that we have to now trade for to get items, for, you know, the materials. That's great. Wonderful. Yeah, she's going to be a little bit irritating and fun for me, so you're going to have fun with that. It's the perfect mom for Current. It's great. Because she already didn't like Current. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Her father didn't like Current too. So
Oh, no,
like,
her
there's
father
just this-
didn't like Current. She liked Current, but at the same time didn't want, like, Current around either much.
Yeah. Yep. That's
Constant
why she was
reminder
sent
of her
off.
being
Oh, it was a
old.
bad reminder.
One drunken night. Whoopsie. So they would all kind of like walk up, shake hands. The human would be like, recent events, you know. I'm just gonna
How
go.
about fist bump? Fist bump?
Fist,
Do fist bump?
how about we just wave, gingerly wave at each other, like hi, you know, but bye.
Not even fist bump, bro?
You know, poison darts, hands. You know. Okay,
I would shake your hand.
one little fist bump.
And
okay?
I'm not particularly fond of humans, and I would shake your hand.
For Queen Nadira. And
Okay.
he shakes your hand. He goes up and he gives the orc a big hug. Kind of like tries to like get off with waves with everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's like, gotta go. And he kind of just leaves. Everybody else kind of mills around. They're not nearly as paranoid and upset about everything. I'm hoping that... Is everybody pretty cool with that being it? Or you guys want to continue with more?
That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then everybody else kind of has their processions leave. Much more nicely giving parting gifts. The gifts are just kind of like different foods and different stuff and different items from their homelands. Mostly just generic, easy stuff like little knickknacks for your house and just, you know, a potted plant, whatever, you know. Nothing of worth of any super value. You know, nobody's giving you like a chest of gold. No, they're like,
Just housewarming gifts.
yeah, kind of like, you know, we appreciate this. This is a great thing that you guys did a fantastic job. This is a great thing. We look forward to your next visits and stuff like that. With that, I'm going to finish the session off with, by the way, everybody goes to level 10.
Nice.
Oh boy.
So I want everybody to level up either at the end of this stream or you guys, I'll cut the stream. And then beginning of next session, you guys have a laundry list of options to do things. And I'll need to know, what are you guys thinking for the next, what are you guys doing next? And we'll go off on that and then we'll close up the stream.
We probably need to design a charter for Ericstown delegation.
Nope.
And for Ericstown itself. What's legal? What's not legal? Anyone?
Sounds like
Lily's
you
very
came up with a
interested
great
in finding
idea.
out about this Assassin's Guild and what's going on with them.
Yeah, we do need to figure out the Assassin's Guild, sadly.
Yeah, so one of the delegates was already assassin. By the way, what is up with this guy supposedly being dead for a year?
I wouldn't know. I haven't really met him.
I have met him, and I didn't know he was dead.
Well,
I mean, he always smelled putrid, but I mean, I just thought that was because he was a goblin.
maybe he was sent by somebody else. Like he wasn't really. He had a personality, but maybe he was just a zombie.
Very weird. I've never met a zombie like that.
Well, I only kill all the zombies I find, so I don't talk to them.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Most of them don't talk. They just groan and fucking fight.
True. Very true.
So I don't know. What do you think? I mean, they brought a pretty good point. I mean, we've kind of been just kind of half-assing this idea with our town, which we thought was a great idea, and then now we need rules and shit.
Yeah, we do.
I think if we have a council of one individual from each delegation, they can set the charter.
See, I think that they would all just be looking out for their own fucking interests, and I think Eric's town itself needs to have its own thing, and then the council thing has its thing too, like separate. These are separate entities.
I'll think on it. A charter, okay.
Like a charter, basically like some basic rules, no pedophilia, no rape, no murder, no heinous crimes. Punishment is death for heinous crimes. I think that would be appropriate. Anyone?
Yeah. I think genocide for most things. Yeah, sure.
But petty thievery, things like that, not so much a death or anything like that.
Chop them hands off.
No, I think for petty theft, simple fine.
Branding of the skin.
Then.
How about looking the other way?
Negative.
Fine. Repeated offenses would result in
permadeath.
That's when you start chopping hands.
Okay. Makes sense.
I mean, if it's a repeated offense, they're not learning their lesson. You have to stiffen the. I mean, what about using prison labor in the mines? So that way, if
I mean, that's true. The Orcs do have a lot of prisoners.
Yeah, so they can start sending their.
But are they prisoners because they just ran into Orc lands and they weren't supposed to, or are they prisoners because they were doing stupid shit?
There again, we've also cleared up the fact that those prisoners are going to be freed. So now the prisoners in the Orc camp are prisoners because they broke Orc law.
Well, I mean, even I'm sure the humans have their own prisoners within their own town. I'm sure they'd be more than happy to let them go. They'll be workers somewhere else.
And that's something that we could possibly bring up another time is if the dwarves don't want to be a necropolis and they're still salty about losing their indentured servitudes, what about prison labor?
Ain't that the same thing with just a different name?
Well, this way they have a release time, don't they?
Yeah. That's up to y'all.
Technically, indentured servitude has a release time too.
It does.
Which is why I don't call what she's doing indentured servitude.
Well, hold
slavery.
On. Indentured servitude extended now. Because now, even if they die, they get to keep on working. So I sat here, and when I wrote everything out, I was like, I'm gonna give them the answers, but I'm gonna put it in there with everything else just to see if you guys pick up on anything. So that way, I didn't really leave you guys hanging on too much.
Mm. And as we've learned in playing in many of these campaigns, I think most of us are not necessarily upset with the idea of necromancy.
No. You're like, whatever. That sounds good. So we're gonna have the undead necropolis of the dwarves, which is gonna be great because that means I can seed in anything I want there. That's great, guys.
Because they want to be lazy and not do all the work themselves.
I just want to know the argument, or how many arguments that Current and her mother are going to be having.
Oh, now that the coffer is open and Current's not being blindsided by what's really going on behind the curtain, her home, she's gonna be like, I need to go see my mother. It's gonna be great.
Yeah.
Alright, so I've got our entire code of laws right here. If you would like to turn to Title 46, subtitle. Which one is it? Subtitle 6, chapter.
Dude, I ain't going there.
3.
No.
I'm just referring to the tonnage taxes and light money for, if we're going to be using the arcane networks for trade transportation and finding out the proper taxes for that.
It's 10% on 1,000 gold. Easy enough.
Okay. I just didn't know if you wanted to, how in depth you wanted to go.
It's as in depth as you guys want to make it. Kind of like you guys still haven't answered my main question of what are you guys doing next?
Viewing with my mother.
Prioritize all the garbage.
No, hold on. I thought if we were going in order, then we would be dealing with the kobolds. Or is that dealt with?
Well, some of it's that was just for this meeting, right? So some of it's for prioritization of what's most dangerous to the whole situation. Like, what do we need to actually take care of before it festers and becomes worse?
Okay, so the mimic problem, I gave them the bowstring to give them the glasses so they can they can stamp out the mimic problem. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so check mark that one. Moving on. So we have, we're not too awful concerned with the whole goblin turnip situation, are we?
Current is.
Yeah, Current is, but at the same time, I would rank that kind of low on the priority thing because, of course, the goblins don't exactly give us much. They are part of the council, but at the same time, they're delegates.
Well, it still lies within the people of the land, right? So, people, the youth of those people.
Yeah, and at the same time, we're not exactly able to really deal with that at this moment.
Right. King Urith is going to think you guys waged war because you killed his delegate.
Yeah. So, anyway, moving on.
Him and his two shit goblins.
We got the assassins of the humans.
Yeah, we could
and the
go
Vizima Docks.
Yep. I think that we'd stop off, maybe try to deal with the assassin problem, or do you want to go straight to the elves?
So I think the assassins can affect everybody in the delegation.
Yeah. So probably deal with the assassins. If we can get that done in one session, then we'd go to the Vizima Docks, deal with the thingamabob over there. Beyond that, possibly seeing how we're already down at the elves, go check out the swamps.
Look for the kobolds.
Yeah, look for the kobolds, and yeah, I think that's what we're gonna do next session.
And then at least if we can figure out the assassins thing, then we can go back to the goblins and tell them this is what happened.
Yeah.
Okay, so basically you guys are saying you're going to go deal with the assassins first?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'll write that up this week for this upcoming weekend. It's Thanksgiving weekend, so we're gonna have to play it loosely by ear.
Yep, because I'll probably be working. Actually, yes, I will be because my loads are going to be rolled 24 hours.